Good evening, everyone. The meeting is now called to order. This is a joint meeting of the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the Intergovernmental Committee. To my left is the chairwoman of that committee. It is Councilwoman Michelle Harley, and she will be running that portion of the meeting. So we're kind of splitting the agenda a little bit tonight. So the first part will be the finance part, and then the intergovernmental part will be the last item this evening. At this time, I'd like to call those council members in attendance, and forgive me, can't see the Zoom, so I'm a little bit shorthanded here, so I'm kind of relying on WITN. So for the Finance Committee, I have Vice Chair Harley, 4th District.
Present.
Councilmember Bracy at large.
Present.
Councilmember Field, 8th District.
Present.
Councilmember Oliver, 3rd District.
Present.
Okay. And Councilmember Spadola at large.
Present.
And Council President Congo.
Here.
And for the intergovernmental,
Councilmember Letitia Bracy. Councilmember Yolanda McCoy.
Here.
Councilmember Xanthia Oliver.
Here.
Council President Trippy Congo.
Here.
all right. So just to, again, go over the ground rules, because this is a joint committee with different agenda items. For the finance agenda items, only members of the finance committee can make motions and vote on those items. And as well as for the intergovernmental piece, only members of the intergovernmental committee. So that this is, again, a little housekeeping item. We have quite a lengthy, well, not a lengthy agenda, but I know there's a lot of members of the public here to speak on many matters today. So we will get to each and every member of the public, either here in chambers or in person. Everyone has a First Amendment right to speak and be heard, and we are here to hear the public. So so I think there was a misconception. There was a sign-in sheet similar to regular meetings. You actually don't have to sign up on the sheet, so if somebody comes in, they can just come in as long as we're on that agenda item. So we have one item dealing with parking tickets and the other dealing with other HR items. So as long as you're speaking on that item, you can speak, okay? So I just wanted to clarify that for everyone. Fairness, same thing, 3-minute running clock. Again, we ask everyone to be respectful and civil, of course. We're here to hear and listen to everyone, and just be as respectful as possible, as you know, this is not only people in chambers, but people are watching this all over the city. So again, we appreciate everyone being here. Me and Council President, we're here to be a transparent council, and we look forward to, again, robust discussion. So at this point, I think let's get the first agenda item out of the way. I believe we have, well, it's a third item on the agenda on the one previously circulated. It is substitute 1 to ordinance 23-022, which is an ordinance to amend chapter 37 of the city code related to civil fines and penalties for certain parking violations, and eliminate the discount for early payment of certain penalties. I believe the main sponsor is Councilwoman Cabrera. Is she?
I'm present.
All right, Councilwoman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this ordinance is to amend Chapter 37 of the City Code to reduce civil penalties for certain parking violations and to eliminate the discount for early payment of certain penalties. So the way that it's written sounds confusing, so let me just simplify it. First, historically, 10 years when I first served on council, this was one of the goals, was to bring down the parking tickets, which I felt, and others, not just myself, that $40 was very cost prohibitive for a city of the poverty level of Wilmington. I understand what administrations had to do throughout the years as the parking violations went up. When I was working with the Stills administration, it used to be $10, believe it or not, $10 back in the day. But we understand the limitations, the budget, the expenses, so they went up. My goal was to bring it down to $25. I'm very glad that the administration agreed that $40 is very cost prohibitive, and not to mention with the extended penalties. So we almost didn't get here, and there was a lot of negotiations and back and forth because when looking at the budget, the projection was that in 3 years we would have a $10 million deficit. So in trying to be conscious and work on both sides, I still was relentless that we were not going to eliminate this, that this is important, that we talk to people about parking reform. And this is just one part of the parking reform to bring the tickets down to $25. So the compromise is this. When a person would pay, when the tickets were $40 and you would get the early discount was 48 hours, which isn't much of an early discount. And the mayor agreed. He said, that's just not enough time. I said, truly, we need to give people at least a pay period. I'm very grateful to the finance director, Brett, who suggested, he said, well, if we're giving a discount to pay early and it's $30, why not just go down to $25? It won't hurt the budget that much. And let's extend it to 2 weeks instead of 2 days. So that was the compromise, that you get a parking violation. It is $25 for the first 2 weeks. And then it goes up to the $40 and it'll go up again after 21 days. So what we're looking at is that now you have 5 weeks to pay a parking ticket before it starts going up in price. So 25 for 2 weeks, $40 for 3 weeks, and then so on. It goes to the 80 and 110. So this is the compromise that we came up with, and I'm appreciative of it because I was being told that we couldn't do this, and I'm like, we can't. We have to fight for this. Now, part of the whole parking reform is we've already seen some changes have taken place. As of July 1st, now all appeals are being held by JP Court, so that takes that out of the city's hands. You have a let's just say a neutral party to review any appeals that residents bring before JP Court. The residential stickers, the residential parking is now 2 years instead of 1 year, and it's going to be split between the east and the west in 6-month intervals, and we'll send letters to renew. We are going back to putting stickers on the vehicle or still use the license plate readers, so you can choose what you would prefer. The towing, now you have a longer period of time before storage fees begin, and that way you can focus on paying the fine, not towing fees. You have access to your personal belongings. And the other part that neighborhoods can start working on and discussing in your civic association meetings is to choose the time limitations. If you want 2-hour parking limitations, 1-hour parking limitations, do you still need that? Because it's been over 30 years since some of these parking restrictions were placed, and the neighborhoods have changed and people have changed and the city has changed. So what was good 30 years ago may not be good now. You may not need 2-hour limitations on your block. It's just more opportunities for people to get parking citations. So we're trying to eliminate those gotchas. The same thing with street cleaning. Do you live in a clean neighborhood? Do neighbors keep up with the neighborhood? If you don't need a street cleaning every week, then maybe you might want to choose to have street cleaning once a month, every 2 weeks. Again, it just eliminates that need to run out there and then you forgot to move the car and here comes the street cleaner and you're hit with a citation. So we're trying to make adjustments to meet to the current needs of the neighborhoods and just be a more user-friendly city when it comes to how we do business with our constituents and also when people come into the city. Signs are being reviewed, renewed, eliminated. Some of those parking limitations says no parking from 4 to 6. We're not even enforcing after 5 p.m. So let's get rid of those signs and people can park. That way they can come downtown or wherever and enjoy a happy hour. The meters, we're getting more of the smart meters. So now you can pay online in the parking kiosks. So we eliminate the issues with the parking meters. So this is part of a huge, the whole parking overhaul reform from the concerns that the community has brought forth, the parking advocates, Kent Grant, Christian Willauer, all these people that have been working on trying to just make it a little bit more fair and fair for everyone. The fines and fees task force, that my colleagues, Councilmember Darby and others have been working on, and the members, we're just trying to comprehensively make the city a more user-friendly city. And after 10 years of working on this type of legislation, I'm just happy that we came to a consensus that we are going to be down to $25. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to entertain them now.
And thank you very much, Councilwoman. I would like to first and foremost be added as a co-sponsor, and I would appreciate your dogged efforts on this. You stayed on us at budget time, making sure this got addressed in a budget, and we did. So this, frankly, should have gone back in the summer, but now we finally do have it. So I look forward to support from all council in terms of making Wilmington a more resident-friendly city. So thank you. And we also have comments from other council members. Councilwoman Harley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you also, Councilmember Cabrera. You definitely gave a great overview of how all this started. And as we all know, many years ago, trying to figure out what was the best way to address parking tickets. I know I sat on a committee in 107, 108 it got started. I know myself, me and you had a conversation about how could we strike the win-win to get that price down to what the community supported and wanted to see happen, which was if you pay it early, bring it down to that amount and change it from $40. So I just wanted to say I'm happy that we are getting to this point, and hopefully we can get past this and really, start working on some of the bigger things that really impact the residents of the city of Wilmington. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor, and you had mentioned one thing earlier when you was explaining when the tickets are due. I think they currently, if you pay them within, is it 10 days? Could you just repeat that so we can be clear on what it is now and what it will be? If you could just repeat that again, Councilmember Cabrera.
Sure. Councilmember Harley, yes. And I didn't mention all the council members that have been working on this. Councilmember Harley and I and Councilmember Darby, remember we had sat down talking about doing this parking task force with Ken Grant and members of the community. So give credit where credit is due. Councilman Spadola, also Councilmember Oliver had brought some issues to our attention. So we have been working together as a team on this, and I do hope that all of council, anybody who would like to be added as a sponsor, does that. So currently, if you get a parking fine of $40, you have 48 hours to pay it, and the cost would be $30 if you pay within 48 hours. And with this legislation passing, starting January 1st, if you pay within 14 days, which gives people a pay period, and hopefully if you get paid bi-weekly, a pay period, so that you can come up with the $25 to pay the fine and not have to pay any additional monies. If you do not pay it within the 14 days, then it will go back to the $40 ticket price, and then you have 21 days before it escalates to $80. So we're giving people 5 weeks to either come up with $25 or $40, and doing the math, that's less than $2 a day. If you pay the $25 in 14 days. So trying to be user friendly, trying to understand the economics that $40 is a lot of money for a family who is struggling to put food on the table. And in the discussions, I will say that, going back and forth with the leaders and the administration, there's studies that were done that if the parking tickets are lower, that only 3% more people would pay them because they just don't want to pay them, and there's scofflaws. And I argue that no, people don't pay these tickets because they're poor, because they don't have the finances. And some of the areas of our city that get hit the hardest with these tickets are the poorest communities, like the East Side and West Center City, and those areas that are adjoining to the downtown area. So thank you, Councilwoman, you and the others that have fought for this. Councilman Spadola, Oliver, all of you have stood your ground on this. Councilmember Darby, all of us. So this is why we have this legislation here today, and I do hope that you all come on board as sponsors.
Thank you.
I would like to recognize Councilmember Vince White, who is present on Zoom, and in the chambers, I have Councilwoman Fields.
Yes, I just think it's a good piece of legislation. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor as well.
So noted. All right, Council President.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
All right, excellent.
I'd like to
Councilmember-
be added as well. Thank you.
So noted. And Councilmember Spadola, thank you for waiting. I see
I'd
you.
like to be added. I'll have my hand.
Oh,
Add as a co-sponsor.
Councilmember Oliver is noted as well. And then I'll jump to the Zoom. Councilmember Spadola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor as well. And I really commend Councilmember Cabrera for sticking with this. The overall parking situation, it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, incremental progress. I will say I probably, for 2 years, I probably got an outreach at least every other week about a parking ticket that somebody had a problem with, and it's been pretty quiet the past 2 or 3 months. So I think the pressure that we put on the administration from council members as well as residents is really not only changing legislation like this, but it's also changing behavior from prios on the street when they're going about their practices. So I think this is another small step, and there might be something that pops up where we get another bad parking ticket soon, but it's 2 steps forward. Just keep moving along, and this is definitely a step in the right direction. Thank you.
All right, very well. Any other council members on Zoom? Councilmember Fields?
Yes, I would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
So noted. All right, now at this time, I'll turn to public comment for any members of the public here in chambers that want to speak on this matter. If so, please come forward. Again, you don't have to be previously signed up. You can just line up and come to the podium like a normal council meeting. So I believe we have 2 individuals. Okay, floor is yours. If you could just state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Cheyenne Miller. I am a resident of the city. I live in the 7th District, and I am also a member on the team of the Wilmington Fines and Fees team, and I am the chair of the City of Wilmington's Task Force on Fines and Fees. And I just want to give a little bit of background, a little bit of history about this issue of the $25 parking tickets. Over a year ago, October 2022, we had a release from the city, specifically from the mayor, that said that we were going to have a lowering of parking tickets down to $25. And over the last year, advocates, city members, residents, people who visit the city but don't live in the city have all been saying, hey, where the $25 at? And now, over a year later, we see that we have $25 parking tickets. But on the way there, what we did was we saw a bunch of different things happen. One, the city started to take into account how much money it was going to cost them to lower the tickets to $25, how much revenue loss was going to happen. Not only did they take into account, but they actually built it into the city's budget to account for the revenue loss for $25 tickets. And I'm not talking about the $25 tickets that are being proposed here. I'm talking about just a flat $25 ticket rate, not for 10 days. You pay it in 10 days, and then it may or may not go up if you don't pay it. Just $25. And they made sure that they built it into the budget, and then they passed that budget knowing that they were going to lose that revenue. And now it's been May that they passed that budget, I believe. It's November, and we're finally seeing the legislation that was promised over a year ago. However, the legislation is a little bit different than what they said they were going to give us. They said they were going to give us $25 parking tickets, and now we've received $25 parking tickets for 14 days. This is a compromise, and I just want people to know that background of the people who promised this. They built it into the budget, and this is what we got. That's my public comment. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Christian Willauer. I just want to thank the president of the committee, city council. I'm also a resident of the city. It's great to see so many people here tonight making, your voice heard on important issues. Fines and fees. I'm part of the Wilmington Fines and Fees Justice Team. My son wants me to call that the Wilmington Fines and Fees Justice League. But what we do is we work on overall, like, how are fines and fees impacting residents? And the real focus is fines and fees aren't a good way to raise revenue for the city budget. It causes harm to the people who have the least ability to pay, and we have so many different revenue sources that we should be focusing on to raise money for needed city services. And I do want to thank all the council members, Councilwoman Harley, Councilwoman Cabrera for bringing this forward. I know Councilwoman Oliver, Councilman Johnson, all the co-sponsors, Councilwoman Fields, Councilman Field, all the co-sponsors. I just want to thank you for co-sponsoring this reduction of parking tickets to $25 for the first 14 days. It is a big deal, and I think it'll make a big difference for people who get parking tickets. $40 is like way too much, and I'm really glad that you've been able to make this change. I think it's like a tremendous step forward in moving away from looking at fines and fees as a source of revenue and moving towards a sustainable budget. So we're looking forward to working with you on many other reforms around fines and fees. And I just want to thank the National Fines and Fees Justice Center that's provided a lot of technical assistance to the city of Wilmington to understand how fines and fees are being used in our budget and ways that we can chart a sustainable path forward. So thanks a lot.
Anyone else in chambers here to speak about the parking ordinance? All right. I'll now turn it to members on Zoom. I believe we have a Jared Kaufman.
Hello, thank you. I have one question and I guess two comments, and I'll turn it back over to you guys. I was not a part of this process, so I'm not sure what the history of it was. But I wanted to know if you guys had looked at trying to base the fee on someone's income instead of just a flat fee. That way, somebody who is, coming from outside the city who may make more money, parking, illegally parking is not just kind of doing business downtown. And then my other comment, my first comment is that I would definitely like to see money in the budget for enforcement to go beyond 5 p.m. So that way people can hopefully, there can be enforcement on people parking on sidewalks who, disrupt people who are in a wheelchair or people who are walking around that may need to go into the street to get around somebody's car. And then my second comment, I'll be honest, I forget what it was, so I'll just turn it back over to you guys. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kaufman, as always. We will try to get some of those answers for you, okay? Thank you very much. Is there anyone else on Zoom? Kevin Malloy? Floor is yours, sir.
Good evening. I wanted to thank all the council people and all the residents and the task committees to work on this important issue. And I think it's a step forward. But I also think one of the things that Wilmington needs to look at is our gotcha attitude towards residents and businesses. And so I think that this may be time to get the Office of Economic Development to also look to creating a task force of creating incentives. And the idea I've been trying to formulate is actually a subscription that someone could buy, and like a phone app for parking, and maybe get some, maybe not unlimited parking, but maybe for $40 a year, you could subscribe to get a parking pass of some kind. And this is definitely not a fines and fees approach. This is an incentive approach, and phone apps are ever becoming more and more popular and more utilized. And they're also able to be cross-marketed with Groupon kind of things. Like, so if you got a parking subscription, you could get restaurants and other businesses could subscribe and somehow just make it into use a marketing campaign and use to allow residents and visitors, and there are a lot of visitors to Wilmington for business and overnight stays that need parking. And instead of have it as an app and put it on the Wilmington, Delaware website as a way to create income for the city, but also create inclusion and modern technology of phone apps. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. All right, anyone else online? I believe his 3 minutes is up. So. I'm not sure how much time he has left, but if he does have time, I could allow him to speak, unless it's an error. Okay. Yeah, then Mr. Kaufman, if he has his time left, he can jump back on.
I really appreciate it. I remembered what it was, and it shouldn't take very long. So I was going to say that when I asked the city before if it's possible to have fines be used on to overcome the reason that people are parking illegally, they said that unfortunately, budgetary reasons, they needed that money to go to other things, kind of like a more general fund. But I wanted to know if the city could try and find a way to budget so that way that those fines could be used on ways to decrease the incentive someone has to park illegally, like different infrastructure in the street. All right, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Okay. All right. Just turning it back to members of council for any final comments or questions. Councilmember Darby.
Yes, no, thank you. So I am happy that we're finally here, as one of our constituents gave us a background on it. But there's just a few things I do want to add in regards to the fees. And one of the questions was about fees and fines and some of the recommendations. We do have a fees and fines task force that we passed last year. We have been meeting. So those meetings are open to the public, right? So those ideas we would love to hear. And we partner with a national organization called National Fees and Fines Justice. And they have been working with us on trying to implement some of the recommendations in regards to fees and fines throughout the city of not just parking, but water, looking at different avenues to making it more equitable. So all of those recommendations, you can contact City Council, come to the next fees and fines task force, give us those recommendations. Those are things we can work with. We have a lot of support on a national level for the city of Wilmington because we were selected to be a part of the last cohort that just ended. And they also gave us grant money and also just a lot of technical assistance. And I know that 3 council people sit on the fees and fines task force. So it's Councilmember Johnson, Councilmember Cabrera, and myself, who are working closely with the task force to try to implement the recommendations that we receive from the public and assistance. So I want to say there's ways for you to participate outside of this committee meeting. So just reach out to me or City Council or just come to the next fees and fines task force and we can get you connected in.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from members of council? And again, as Councilmember Darby said, there is a fees and fines task force. Please pay attention to the notices. It's very important. And again, while we're talking about this subject, it is again, City of Wilmington only has about a dozen or so fines. Majority of fines that affect the lives of everyday Wilmingtonians is at the state level, especially in the criminal justice center system. So if we look at fines for bail, other fines, hopefully we can move this work up to that level, as there has been work in the past, working with groups like the ACLU in terms of fees and fines reform at the state level. Some of that has stalled, so I hope we can use that energy that we're building here in the city to bring it to the state level. But this is an ordinance, so it does need to formally pass to go to council agenda. So at this time, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded to move ordinance substitute 1 to ordinance 23-022. to full, out of committee to full council. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it. Substitute 1 to ordinance 23-022 will move to full council on November 16th, I believe. That's the date. November 16th. Thank you, everyone. All right, moving through the agenda. Again, we're still in the finance committee portion. We're going to move to the next agenda item, which is sponsored by Councilmember Bracy. There's an ordinance to amend Chapter 40 of City Code to establish a 5-year maximum residency requirement and to establish Newcastle County as a related geographic boundary. Just as a little preview, there's been a lot of discussion. We all know this is a very important subject to all those in the city, and the public's input has been heard throughout this process. So part of this is compromise. I always try to, or at least my role in council, we try to come to a middle. We try to come to get something done. And so we were left with only a few legal options, given what we were given, told that residency didn't exist. And as council, we had to step up and try to establish something. So I think this gives us a framework. There's been talk about a working group that will play out as well. I'm very supportive of that. In a way we can make this happen. So just talk about where we are now as a preference. So without further ado, I'll pass it off to the prime sponsor, Councilmember Bracy.
Thank you. And I won't be before you long. I just wanted to reiterate a couple of things that you said, which is that this is a compromised piece of legislation. And just to give a little context, in July of 2022, Governor Carney signed legislation that empowered the city council to determine the rules for residency in the city of Wilmington. In August 2022, President Congo and the mayor agreed to pursue legislation to remove the residency requirement altogether. An ordinance was introduced and it was passed through committee, and then it was held as the council determined that they wanted to explore a new path forward. Fast forward to last month, Councilmember Mills reintroduced the legislation, and that was because the administration's interpretation of the current law basically states that the city of Wilmington does not have any residency requirement as of July 2022. So let me just clarify that again. So basically, the administration's interpretation is that as of July 2022, when Governor Carney signed that legislation, that basically eliminated what was pre-existing. So that means there's nothing on the books. So part of what had to happen is city council had to take action. So again, this is, still subject for debate whether or not the administration was able to do that. But this is what we kind of were left with, and coming up with, well, what do we do and how do we move forward? And I just wanted to kind of lay that groundwork because I think it's important to look at the context of what has been, what's being said versus what, at least from my standpoint, what we're trying to do here is come up with something that's amenable for both the administration. And it's not what anyone wants, 100%. I understand that there's a lot of frustration from the community. There's a lot of frustration from council members because, but we're trying to get to a point of something that would pass and get through the administration. So what we have come up with as a compromise is instead of having nothing on the books, this ordinance would require that people live in Newcastle County and gives city of Wilmington residents hiring preference. We also, I am, as Councilman Johnson said, we are in favor of looking at other ways to incentivize people to work in the city. So for work and live in the city. So for example, we have on the books currently $4,000 down payment assistance for city employees. That is if you're buying a house in the city. I think as we start to look at the budget process and the ways that we really bolster our employment and our workforce, how do we increase that amount? And again, this is only if you're buying a home in the city. So it's not for Newcastle County. We're not incentivizing you if you live in Newcastle County. You get the incentives for living in the city. How are we doing a live, work, play incentive similar to what a lot of the downtown businesses, downtown high-rises have, where if you live in one of their businesses, you get a card that gives you discounts at local restaurants, at local businesses, at local gyms. What are we doing, and how can we explore, if you live in the city of Wilmington and you are a city employee, getting some kind of live, work, play incentive? So I think there's a lot of discussion that we still can be having around how do we incentivize people to not only work for the city of Wilmington, but to also live in the city, while still expanding the border a bit so that we can, fill the jobs that we need to fill. And the narrative that there aren't people in the city that could fill jobs, that's not me. That's not me saying that. I think there are people here in the city that can work, and I hope that they apply for all of the jobs that are out there. And I think that we should be encouraging people to apply for those jobs. I also feel like we should be doing more around job training. And I've said this consistently. I think that, when we look at the budget, how are we supporting the existing programs? There's NerdIt, there's Code Differently, there's Zip Code, there's Pizza Egg. How are we, when we start to look at what we invest our community support dollars in, investing in those training programs to make sure that city of Wilmington residents benefit? So with that being said, again, this is a compromise, something that we think the administration can get behind. And I would hope that the other council members would support.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Bracy. I definitely, well, first of all, I fully understand your position in terms of where you're coming from and how we started. But I want to add that, before you got on the council, this ideal residency came up, and originally it was for appointed employees at first, just appointed. And so we had talked about it, and we talked about, well, maybe we should identify certain positions like the fire chief, the police chief, etc. So we did, get started on this conversation for just appointed. Okay, so we started kicking this can of residency requirement around way back then. And then fast forwarding this whole conversation and topic, we all know that, yes, it had been kicked around. But on October the 4th, when we all were kind of like shocked with the announcement, from the administration in terms of what happened in Dover last year, okay, everybody started scurrying around trying to decide, okay, what should we do around this residency? So I like the ideal of incentives. I like the ideal of the down payments, the training, and all those things that you said. They are spot on, and I agree with it 100%. However, when we think about moving the needle, I'm more of in agreement and supportive of let's starting on the outside perimeters of Wilmington versus stepping all the way out to Newcastle County. When we look at Newcastle County have a 500,000 residents. A 500,000 residents looks like Arden, Ardencroft, Ardentown, Claymont, Delaware City, Ellesmere, Smyrna, Newport, Middletown, Bear, Newark, Odessa, Townsend, Christina, Mill Creek, Pencader, Newcastle, Red Lion, St. George's, Appoquinimink, Blackbird, Claymont, Bellefonte, Hocassin, and more. So when we look at all of those areas, we could easily end up having more residents living, especially in Middletown, because we know that Middletown is quickly growing, and we still end up not having Wilmington residents. And as we heard the community share with us a couple weeks ago when this first came out, this topic came up, the majority of us want residency. So we're saying we're going to keep residency. That's great. But I'm more of support of us going with something a lot closer to the 70,000 residents that we currently have in Wilmington versus stepping all the way out to Newcastle County, including 500,000 people. When you look at that, what could that look like? That's Wilmington inside of Newcastle County like 3 or 4 times. So, you know, just looking at the data, we originally started with appointed, and then October the 4th, we were just kind of like shocked with the information. I'm just of the persuasion that we need to start closer with the perimeters of Wilmington, like maybe a 3-mile radius. And when you think about a 3-mile radius, that's literally like right outside the perimeters. And if we're saying that it's because we want to fill jobs, I'm like you, Councilmember Bracy, I believe that the talent is here. I believe that we have qualified people right here in the city of Wilmington. We have to do a better job of marketing. And I'm not saying that the administration have not tried, because I know they've tried. I know we've had job fairs, but I believe that if we have been able to work with what we have up until this point, I think that we need to start with possibly a 3-mile radius and identify people closer to Wilmington, because commerce is also impacted by us relaxing it and moving it all the way out to Newcastle County. Housing, our supermarkets, the way we live, laugh, work, and play, as it was mentioned. So I'm definitely agreeing with all those incentives that you shared, but I'm in support of starting a little leaner, starting closer, and work with that, see how we can fill some of these positions, and and then take it from there and start to work our way out further and further. But I think 500,000 people versus 70,000 is a little unbalanced, but thank you.
Councilmember Oliver, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I was the original sponsor of the ordinance to relax residency, but after having conversations with the community, with my council members, you know, I changed my mind and I held it, because I just don't think this is a good piece of legislation. So, and I guess I keep hearing the word compromise, and that's, I don't understand where that's coming from, like, because we don't represent the administration, we represent the community. So I don't understand why we have to compromise. And I guess if I believe that the administration put forth an honest effort in making these positions available, that making sure that people knew about these positions being available, that there's a staffing shortage, I would be more inclined to support a piece of legislation like this, because at the end of the day, we want our residents to get the services that they're paying for. But there just hasn't been an honest and transparent effort on behalf of the administration. And it's so painfully obvious that when the administration says there's 110 vacancies and they only advertise 15, it's so painfully obvious when you have police and fire departments playing on people's emotions, saying that they're not going to be able to protect our residents, when that's the furthest thing from the truth, because per capita, Wilmington has one of the largest police departments in the country. So that's not fair for them to do that. And all police departments are struggling. Newcastle County, so why would we think that opening up our residency to Newcastle County would help us fill police and fire when they're also struggling? And they're giving $25,000 bonuses and we're not. So why would somebody in the county want to work in the city and get paid less and do a much more dangerous job? It doesn't make sense. I got a report today that said Wilmington has a 6% unemployment rate. The county has a 4%. So why are we opening up jobs to the county when we can fill them right here? It just doesn't, I have yet to hear a valid argument, because like I said, at the end of the day, we all want our community to get the services they're paying for. But I just haven't heard a valid argument. And if I hear that, I might be more inclined. I think the community might be more inclined. But I've heard nothing saying why we should do it. It's just that we should do it because the administration is asking us to do it. And that's not fair to the people who came out in droves 2 weeks ago and let us know how they felt, and who are here today, and who we have heard from endlessly. I have heard from endlessly for the past month around residency. I haven't heard The only people that I've heard to support residency are police officers.
That's the only ones.
That's it. Nobody else from the community has talked about it, has supported it, has shown support for it. And if that changes this evening, again, we can have the conversation. But again, I don't know, it's very frustrating that we feel as council members we had to compromise with an administration who was very, very, very distrustful in the way they even presented this to us. So, and I understand, I understand the 3 mile radius. I get that, but I don't think we're there yet. Because we haven't tried. Like we haven't tried. We've had job fairs, but nobody knows about them. Like we haven't had a press conference around staffing shortages in the city of Wilmington. People are only knowing about this now because we're raising the issue, not because the administration did. So, I know, I get it. We'd rather have it closer to Wilmington, a 3 mile radius, than the entire county. That's hard for me because I don't think that we have done we haven't held up our end of making sure that the people who voted us in, the people who have showed up to making sure that they are first. Thank you.
Always.
Oliver?
Wow, that's a hard act to follow. Well, I too agree with Councilwoman Harley and President Congo. I just feel as though we asked the residents for the city of Wilmington to vote for all of us. And now we're saying we're not listening to them. And when I say we're not listening to them, this is the first meeting. It was maybe 175 in the chamber, 60 couldn't fit in here. And now tonight, this is a committee meeting. We had to move it out the committee room and move it over here. But I'm going to address Councilwoman Bracy when she said compromise. I've been calling Councilwoman Bracy for about 2 weeks, texting her, calling her. I ran into her last night at the ball. And if I wouldn't have ran into her last night, we wouldn't have had this discussion. And what I said to her, and she's my colleague and I respect her, but we can agree to disagree. I said to her, you are the sponsor of this legislation. I've been trying to catch up with you just to hear what is your point of view on this. And she said, well, whatever she said, and the bottom line is, where's Loretta Walsh when I need her? Because guess what? She may have had disagreements, but she would say, if we disagree, we agree. But afterwards, let's have a conversation about this legislation. And we don't have to go home together, but we're going to have a conversation about it. And I have not had a conversation with the sponsor of this legislation who was selected and not elected. She was selected and not elected. No, because I want to put this out here. And look, first of all, I respect all my colleagues. I'm in the paper every week, so you have to have strong boots to deal with this, politics, right? But let's call a spade a spade. I'm trying to have a conversation with the sponsor. This is affecting the whole city of Wilmington. We're talking about 71,000 people, and you can't call me and have a discussion with me. And so we normally, I was able to talk to McCoy. She called me back. I talked to her. I talked to Maria. I spoke to Hurley. I spoke to Darby. I spoke to Nathan Fields several times. I'm just trying to have a conversation on a piece of legislation that's affecting the whole city of Wilmington. I haven't had a conversation with Mills. He hasn't called me back. And it was his. He didn't call me back. And now she hasn't called me back. So what I'm saying is, I don't think it's fair that, and I did speak to Begita, I'm so sorry, but I don't think it's fair that we have residents coming out, and one way or another, we don't always agree, but we should listen to them. And as President Congo said, we should be listening to the people who voted us in. The city of Wilmington residents voted us in, and now we're saying that there's not many qualified residents for these positions. That is so untrue. That is so untrue. Several of us, Councilwoman Hardy and myself, we have been requesting to have a job fair in the lobby for City of Wilmington jobs. I had a job fair in the lobby, and you can see it online. We had over 200 residents. as of yet, we haven't had a job fair in the lobby where people feel comfortable for the city of residents, and I think it's so unfair. But let me go back. The only people, I've talked to members who, we have people from the city of Wilmington who've called me up, who've stopped me, who've sent notes, who've been crying. Miss Oliver, we finally got a raise, and now they want to open up residency to everybody. I think that's so unfair. I'm not against people getting jobs, but we live here. You want to stabilize the neighborhoods. You want to keep the jobs here. There's no private sector jobs here like General Motors anymore, Chrysler anymore. So you can't just walk in town to get any of these jobs. So the people who are calling me are saying, look, we depend on them city of Wilmington jobs. Black, white, Hispanic, they want their kids, they want to work here. And I don't think it's fair for us to say we want to open it up to the whole Newcastle County until we start trying to get some of the people here. It's a job shortage everywhere. I took pictures. Go out there's billboards throughout the state. Job fairs. We need people. We need people. I had people who, after COVID, people found other things to do. But don't tell me that it's not qualified people or we can't find nobody to work some of these jobs. I think it's so unfair. Councilwoman McCoy worked with me with job fairs over West End, and she was one of the leading people, myself, to find people jobs. So we both have discussed this. She had it on her Facebook page. I think she's getting an unnecessary hit months ago about the jobs in the city of Wilmington, and the administration didn't listen to her. I'm here to tell you, we have to listen to our residents, not the administration.
Any other council members in chambers? Councilmember McCoy?
Thank you. So, yeah, I know. I definitely have worked with Councilman Oliver before, and we have worked hard making certain that people got the training and the experience that they needed in order to have a job. The reason why I feel like we're here now is because although I tried to raise my voice and make certain people were aware of what was happening, my voice was not strong enough. Unfortunately, some of my colleagues were not quite in the same space that I was at the time when I was trying to bring it to everyone's attention. I realized that this was something that we were going to have to deal with. I knew it was coming. I could feel it, the hoofs on our back. Unfortunately, we are here now. Right. My problem is I have people who need things done, who are requiring help, who are calling 311, my number, the mayor's office, and everyone else. And my job is never to undermine the city or the people within the city. My mind is to make certain that those who are here, who are paying rent, paying mortgage, whatever it is that they're doing while they're living here, that they are addressed by their city. Their city should always be here to address their issues. For somebody to say that your trash can get picked up for a day or two because we are understaffed, we're undermanned. Even I think we had a temp service at one point. Even that wasn't even filling those spots as they should. So I just felt like, now, yes, thank you. So, what I do understand when it comes to the compromise, I hear what you're stating, but the compromise is basically what we do. I had 2 or 3 residents actually come and make their stance on how they felt about things, but I've had maybe 3 or 4 more actually send me a message, send me a text that were lived in the 6th district that they were not, in support of this. But I had several more than those who stated in my district who stated they were against it. More were like, we appreciate you, do what you have to do. What I want to make certain, let me finish. What I want to make certain that we do is when we talk about how the whole state is having issues with recruiting. It's in Newcastle County, it's within the state. I've already heard that if we're having people apply, not to just fire and police, but people are applying not the Newcastle. And we don't even pay as much as our other municipalities within the state, but they still want to work in Wilmington because Wilmington is great. So they want to work in Wilmington. They done skipped over Newark, who paying all this money or whatever. They want to come to Wilmington. But they could not afford to bring their family here, but I want to work here. And we're going to tell them no?
Yes.
So
Order.
what I would like to,
Let the councilwoman finish. Let the councilwoman finish.
so what I would also like to state, I hear what y'all saying, all right? I would also like to state that when it comes to the people who actually stated, you know, they worked hard at the city. They would like for these jobs to be for their children and grandchildren. They moved, you know, but a lot of the people that were up here that was voicing their opinion about working hard for the city, and they want these jobs for their children and grandchildren, they no longer live in the city anymore. So their children would still have to move back to Wilmington to work for Wilmington. I just want to let y'all know, because a lot of people who were voicing their opinion about what was going on in Wilmington, they had every right to, because they worked so hard to be here. But their children, if they can't ride on their parents, they would have to make their 5 years for themselves. So I just wanted to make certain that people understood where I was from, where I was coming from, as I tried to make these decisions.
Are you done? You good? Councilmember Darby.
Yeah, I have a few things I'm address. I kind of try to make notes here. But one thing that was just noted by the last council person was in regards to like picking up trash and sanitation workers and the lack thereof. On the vacancy report that I last received, there's 2 sanitation worker jobs. You would think that they're talking about like 20 people we need, right? There's 2 people, and literally in my district, there are 2 people who would take that job today, right? So I went on the website and I said, hey, they're hiring. The city's hiring sanitation workers. I saw 2 on the vacancy report. I went online. The job wasn't even online. So this argument about trash being picked up when they're only posted 2 jobs for sanitation workers, it can't be an argument anymore once we look at the facts and the data. So when we talk about, again, going to a compromise, I also want to say is that the sponsor for this legislation, I tried reaching out to, I text, called, I got nothing. And then that's when the agenda was posted, and I saw that the legislation, let me tell my story. I'm not talking.
Yeah, tell your story.
Yes. So she didn't, and it's the text messages to prove it. I had to pull up on her after I read the article, and I text her.
Order. Come on.
Get your
Council members on the floor.
Get
speak.
her.
Yeah, everybody speaks. You have your chance. So Councilmember Darby
Like I
has the floor.
said, she did not answer my texts and calls. I had the agenda posted. I didn't even know she had a legislation for Newcastle County. Then I read the article online, and that's when I texted her. I said, Councilmember Bracy, oh, you want to compromise with me, but you can't answer my texts and calls? And then that's when we started talking. Yes, after I had to text her. Yeah, the screenshot is here, baby girl. I got mine. So like I said, so we talk about.
Order.
So you need to get your council person. You need to get her. That's right. If it was me, it would be a different thing. But you need to get her.
You have the floor, Councilmember Darby.
So like I said, that was so that she compromises with the mayor administration for this. This is a city council issue, right? And let's go back to context. So she tried to break down the timeline of events. So let's start from the beginning here. Yeah. So when I've been a council person, I'm elected, okay? I would go to the mayor administration meetings he would have during the day when people were working. But when we go to the mayor administration meetings, and he always talked about getting rid of residency. He found the perfect opportunity when a previous council person named Bud Friel became state representative. If you look at House Bill 4 or 5? Let me bring it up here. When you look at that House Bill, Bud Friel is the state representative. He's friends with Mike Przicki. They all in the club together. So he was able to then get a legislation passed that gave us home rule because we could not decide what residency was. So this wasn't even a council issue where we were asking to have that type of power. He asked for that power to be given to us, right? And when you talk about that we don't have residency, we do. When you actually read our city munis code, our city charter, section 4-3 and section 3-304B states that we have residency. So the mayor's decision was based on the opinion of our city law department. And that opinion concludes that the enabling legislation approved by that, he believed that it took away residency. That is a mere opinion by the city law department where he can fire the city solicitor and we can't. The mayor administration has control over those departments. So of course they're gonna go along with what he said. So like I was saying, when you also look at the timeline of that, of what happened, then it puts us in our lap. Residency exists. It is not like it's gone, it exists. What this legislation is doing, so let's talk about the legislation. So when we look at this legislation, where is this legislation, Bracy's? So when we look at this piece of legislation here, this is a compromise with the mayor administration. When she talks about, when you read the whereas clause, I want you to be very clear about what's in here. The city has historically struggled to find and retain qualified candidates to fill non-elected positions. That we have a vacancy report, the last I checked, of about 110, and only 22 positions are to be filled. How are we struggling and we're not even posting it? There's no investment into the city in regards to hiring people here. Then it also states here, and she talked about earlier that she believes there's qualified people, but the legislation clearly says that it wants to be expanded to Newcastle County to increase the applicant pool and competitiveness of hiring, which will result in better service to the city while maintaining a sense of community belonging. And whereas, and then it goes on. This talks about that they can't find qualified applicants in their current pool, saying within the city of Wilmington limits, there are no qualified people. So to increase those and find competitive, because y'all must not be competitive enough here. So let's go to Newcastle County to find qualified and competition within Newcastle County. So that's what that piece of legislation states. Another point that was made, and I don't want y'all to be confused by words that are set up here. The current sponsor talks about incentives. Not one sentence in here says anything about incentives. Nothing whatsoever about training, about education, about a relocation fund. This legislation says nothing but expanding it to Newcastle County. This is unacceptable when over 70, 80 people came to our last city council meeting, and they are ignoring you guys and compromising with a mayor who is leaving, and on the day he announced says that there's no residency. It's unacceptable, and it's time that we put our people first, because local hire is economic development, right? So we need to focus on that. So I'm gonna give the people, I know Councilmember White, other people came to hit my other points later, because my legislation will be later. So I'm gonna leave it at that. And just one more thing, I am not in support of Councilmember Bracy's legislation at all. However, I want y'all to understand, so I need y'all to understand something though, that sometimes you don't have enough votes, right? So then there might be amendments on the floor to make it less terrible. So like the 3-mile radius, I do not want to do a 3-mile radius, but I would hate to have the whole Newcastle County, because I don't have the votes. We do not have the city council people. So a 3-mile radius might be the best thing for Councilmember Bracy's legislation for right now, unless y'all can convince them that they need to vote for City of Wilmington boundaries. If we don't have that, then there's no way we can get it. No compromise. No, we won't get it. No compromise.
Okay, council members who wish to speak again, we're going first round of council members. We'll have another round for council members. So any council members in chamber who wish to speak, I do have some. Council member White, I have you down next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies to the community for my lateness, but they tell me there's an accident out on 95 and I was in it. So I did get to hear some of my colleagues' comments, and I would too, and I'm gonna paraphrase what my colleague Darby said. This is not our fight. It's not our fight there was earlier introduction of how we got here. And we got here because somebody says, in my opinion, we don't have residency. So those of us who understand the law partially or fully, we immediately went to the Muni Code, Section 304 and Section 40-4B clearly indicates, Mr. Chair and my colleagues, that we have a Muni Code. I mean, we have a residency code. The only way that that residency code becomes null and void is by an act of this legislative body. It doesn't go away because somebody thinks it goes away. It is the law. It is no different than the administration or anybody says we no longer have a nuisance property law, or we no longer have a street cleaning requirement. It doesn't work like that, Mr. Chair. We are the legislative body that empowers legislation in the city of Wilmington. We are the only body that can null and void it, except the people through referendum. So we are sitting here
For no reason.
fighting amongst ourselves to do the work. Let me say this to all my colleagues and administration. We took an oath. If you looked at that oath, it's only about 10 lines. But I read it and read it and read it, and it says simply, really simply, that we swear to uphold the laws of this city and work on the behalf of the people of the city of Wilmington. That's what our oath says. That's what I swore to. I'm appointed. We all took the same oath. It's simple, Mr. and Mrs. Chair, it's simple. We have an ordinance duly passed and enacted and signed into law. Why are we working against ourselves to do less than what we've already done? As my colleague said earlier, we had a room full a couple weeks ago. We had a street full who couldn't get in. My job is made easier because I do what the people tell me to do as long as it's legal and rightful. Now, there's some people in here who wants to talk about the employees and the number of jobs and all that. That's not our job. The administration's, that's the administration's job. Can we be good stewards and help? Sure. But don't focus on filling jobs that's not our responsibility. If you want to do your responsibility as council persons, then you enforce the laws that are on the books.
Yep, they there.
And whatever comes from that, comes from that.
Mm-hmm.
That's our first charge. But as I heard my esteemed colleagues give pause and thought to the people who are sitting behind me, their sincerity, they didn't have to be here, but they felt a threat. And we should do all we can do is to calm that threat. You want to talk about matrix? I'm not interested in matrix. I'm with my president. Compromise why? Compromise on what? You have working legislation. And no one mentioned 1999, the people of the city of Wilmington went to the polls and adopted that referendum that says we want a residency requirement.
Yep.
I know it well because I got off my butt and voted too. I'm not ready to disqualify that referendum vote, and nor should anybody in this legislative body. And so to me, I don't know what the future is going to hold, but I know come the next council meeting, we should have our big boys and girls pants on, belted and suspended by the people. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Going to now go to first round. We have online Councilmember Field.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm the 8th District Council Rep, and it is my duty to represent the views of the 8th District. Let me first bring up the point of compromise. So I definitely, as many of you know, did not support the effort to get rid of residency that was led by the administration. I thought that was wrong, and I expressed that. I had several heated conversations with the administration, including with the mayor, and several of you were in the room to witness that. And for that reason, and because of the pushback from myself, from many of the people in this room, many of the council members, getting rid of residency is off the table. So that is a compromise. The administration is not pushing for that anymore. And let's be frank, we're basically all playing poker here. At some point, you got to kind of just accept what you got and what's the best situation you can get. So not having getting rid of residency on the table is way better than where we were 2 weeks ago. And that's a reality. In terms of hearing the voters, I respect every council member here who has their own unique set of voters and constituents. I'm the 8th District representative, and it's my constitutional duty to listen to my constituents. And I have heard from lots of constituents in the 8th District, especially because I actively reached out to them. I picked up the phone and called and spoke to at least 40 constituents. And frankly, most are supportive of the effort to get rid of residency or to significantly modify it. Only a small percentage want to keep it as it is. And I think all three of those groups have reasonable arguments behind them. And I actually am more for the keep residency as it is or to modify it, camp. But in balance, the overwhelming majority of the people I've spoken to want it modified or abandoned over keeping it. And my duty as the 8th District representative is to reflect the views of my constituents. And for that reason, I believe the ordinance proposed by Councilwoman Bracy is a good one, and I will support it. Thank you.
Point of order. We still got other council members who need to speak. We have Councilmember Spadola. Then we're going to be done first round of council and go to members of public. Councilmember Spadola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that I think a lot of this conversation has been focused on the 1,000+ city jobs and who fills them. But I think the larger point here is the 70,000 residents who are served by those positions. And we also have to look at and define for ourselves what is the function of a city job? Why does any city job exist? And if you ask me, it's to provide vital city services to city residents. To some others, it might be for job training. There might be a sliding scale where it's an important job, but there's also a job training component. And and everybody's welcome to their own viewpoint. But we have to look at the cost to when those jobs aren't getting filled. And we can make light of the trash situation, but it's real because I'm tired of fielding calls about trash or yard waste not getting picked up. And we also have to look at
Councilmember has the floor.
the cost. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also have to look at the cost of enforcing the residency requirement. Okay. We have to consider the time and money that is spent on investigating when people are playing shenanigans with where they're living, as has happened for decades. It's happened with consultants that have been brought on by this own council to help guide us when we transitioned, when this session came into, when we started. I'm referring to the former auditor for Mayor Sills, who had to resign because of a residency issue. And I'm not saying that pejoratively. I'm saying that matter-of-factly. I'm saying that there are good people who, for whatever reason, don't want to live in the city, and they end up doing what they do. And some concessions are made behind closed doors, and then it becomes public, and then it's a big deal. And there's a major cost to that for the city. Okay. And I think it's also worth noting that a lot of the council members here, they had no problem advocating to hire a city council chief of staff who did not live in the city. Okay. You all know what I'm talking about. So there's a bit of a hypocrisy when people are saying residency is good enough for thee, but not for me or my crony. That's all I have right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so let's. I want to say this. This is not an Eagles game. That was yesterday. So if anybody wants to not let council members speak, just like members of the public, you will be taken out of here. All right. I'm not joking. We got a lot of people to get through. People that are waiting patiently. Let people speak, even if you disagree. All right. That's all. All right. Councilmember Cabrera is the last council member. Then we're going to turn to the public.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. I too appreciate the public engaging, coming out to the meetings, being present. I thank Councilmember Bracy for setting the tone and making clear how we got to this point, that we were made aware and we knew that back in July when the residency was lifted so that we could codify our own residency law. And at that time, as the president so eloquently stated, he was the sponsor. He changed his mind. The new Castle County edition, Councilmember Harley brought that up as a compromise versus the 3 miles, which Councilmember Darby brought up as a compromise. Again, these council members were all willing to compromise. People are allowed to change their minds. They can look, listen to our constituents, and have a healthy debate and vote on how they feel would be the best path forward. I respect them no matter what, because we're not always going to agree on all issues. I respect the public, the constituents, whether you voted for me or not. I hear you. There are many people who don't show up to council chambers, but they call us, they email us. Not everybody has the availability.
Oh, you cut out, council member.
Loads of social media to get people to come in and speak on an issue. But when called, I do return the phone calls. And I would say that as a council member at large, I have to also listen to all of my constituents spread out throughout the city and address these concerns. I have heard more people in favor of a compromise than not having a compromise. I have heard people who were pro lifting the residency altogether and others who want the residency to stay. I've heard all ends of it. But I will tell you that I've heard from more people saying it's better to have a compromise than not. Now, as Councilman Spadola so eloquently put, the hypocrisy. When we had residency at 20 years, when I worked for Mayor Sills, I have always lived in the city, thought it was a good thing, we should keep going. Through the years, for whatever reasons, it has been diluted. 15, 10. When I was on council, it was 10 years. It came down to 5 years because of a personal interest to make sure that someone would not have to move into the city. So it was changed for personal reasons. I'm not going to get into the details of that. So to me, it's a whole lot of hypocrisy because the residency was diluted. 5 years. So you give people 6 months to move in. You give them an extension of 6 months, which gives them a year. Now they're required to live here for 4 years. They go and they get a lease. They show it, oh, I'm living in the city. You know, they got some clothes, a mattress. They go back home to wherever it is they came from. Who's enforcing the residency? Are we really policing who is living in the city or not? And in 4 years, boom, they pack up and go. Now, the residency was 10 years. Now people would be inclined to buy a home, to make this their home, to transfer the kids from the school and be here. But for 4 years, they're not doing it. And it's so eloquently stated by Detective Heyman, who was booed by the audience, a man who just solved a 10-year court case, cold case, and brought comfort and closure to that family. The rent, an average rent for a 2-bedroom apartment is $1,842. The average home to buy in the city is $305,000. The interest rates have gone up. I can tell you personally, I went through hell and back trying to buy my house last year, and those interest rates went up right before my very eyes. I am now paying $600 more a month for my mortgage than when I first started the process, and I'm choking. So we're asking people to come to the city, get paid less than their peers in the region, and relocate your family, change schools, change your neighbors, your friends, and come and spend more money to live here. I want my city residents to get these jobs, and I'm actively working on that, and I post everything that is put online. I looked at everything that was done. We're advertising on Indeed. We did billboards. We did job fairs. But I'm not just talking William Hicks Anderson. I'm talking about the Goodwill. 5 job fairs were held at the Goodwill where people are actually getting trained to do jobs so we could hire from there. We have been at all the HBCUs. Someone just told me 2 weeks ago, yo, your people were here from Wilmington at Temple. The city of Wilmington was trying to recruit over here at Temple. Yes, we want to get young talent because at least those people don't have a problem moving into the city. But it's harder when you get some of these positions that require experience. We need 3 lawyers in the law department. I'm happy to hire any lawyers at the city of Wilmington, any lawyers that would like to leave their private practice where they make more money and come and work in the law department. The accounting, finance. We need 30 positions in finance. Those people have to have certain skill sets. And yes, I agree. We could do better. We could try to influence in getting more resources to job training, as Councilmember Bracy mentioned, and Councilmember Darby. I am personally in favor of doing the group and coming up with ways that we can incentivize people to move into the city. I'm also in favor of putting a moratorium on this. Let's just open it up, get some people in here, and if we got to revisit this, we can revisit this. We can change it back. We can make these changes. But let's be fair.
There are people right now who are not receiving services that they need. There are departments. Our legislation has been held up just trying to get things done. Right now, we're supposed to do a down payment assistance program of $10,000 that the late Linda Gray, we legislated that over 2 years ago. That program is still not in place. Every time as the chair of that committee, I'm asking, where is our down payment assistance program? Because those $10,000 can help people move into the city. We still don't have it. Why? Because, you know, we got into a little bit of a problem with HUD, and we got to make sure that we do everything correctly, and we don't have the staff to work on it.
It's here.
So the city services are not being delivered in some areas. Look, folks, I love you, and gosh, you're so passionate, and thank you for showing up. We don't always have to agree. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad to voice your opinion. I am going to support this, but I will also work very hard and very diligently with our council members to make sure that we do more to bring more people in here. And if we got to put a moratorium on this and say, let's just do this for a few years and then bring the residency back full, just the city of Wilmington, I'm all for that, because we do have more people moving into the city and we all could do a better job to promote this. But to say that we haven't gone out when I have personally been in 3 different resource fairs, I didn't go to all of them, but they were at Kosciuszko Park, they were at Judy Johnston Park, they've been at the POW, they were at Helen Chambers Park. They were trying to recruit me for a job. I had to tell the woman that I was a councilwoman, that I'm good. She said, here, we have all these jobs available. I saw fire, police, and HR.
Yeah.
All these people have been there trying to recruit from our neighborhoods. It's not like they haven't been trying. They're on Indeed. They're everywhere. I have the whole list, which we will have ready for you to see where the administration has gone as we asked them, this council president and the others, we said, before we do anything, you need to show us that you have gone above and beyond. And can we do better? Of course we can always do better. But there has been some work done. Let's not just say that it didn't happen, because that is not true. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We do have one more. We have Councilwoman Fields. Please, the floor is yours. Briefly.
All right, thank you, Council Chair. First of all, I want to say that we all sitting here and we all sit in these chambers and we are colleagues, so we do have a right to agree to disagree. Let's make that plain. Second of all, I think that when we as council members, whether you're for or you're against, that is their choice, and that is when they spoke to their constituents and they made those calls and those emails to their constituents, whether it's the 6th, 7th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, or whatever, when they made those calls and the majority of their constituents said either yes or no, I think that's who they have to listen to. Those are the people that actually put them in office and put them in those seats, the people that actually live in those districts, not the entire city. Are we here to represent the entire city? Yes, we are. And that is what we're here to do. However, to threaten and to say things demeaning to us is truly unfair. Now I'm going to speak to the legislation. Okay, first of all, we already know, we're already tight and extremely in a competitive job market. I don't care where you at, what you do, where you live at, we are in a competitive job market. Secondly, we are living in a global economy, okay? So that means money is being filtered throughout the entire United States and overseas. So we have to find some way, in some way possible, that we are able to employ and keep our people employed as well as our citizens. Secondly, inflation and housing costs are historically at highs, and employees are looking for more flexible ways to live and work. Nobody wants to come in and sit at a desk when they can sit home and work from home. Some of these jobs right now are asking you to come in. The 911 callers, they want, I think it's like 3 shifts that you gotta work. And I think they're 12-hour shifts. I had 5 young ladies to ask me they filled out the application. When they seen that they had to work them shifts, you know what they said? I'm not doing that. I can work from home. And but that was their choice. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is everybody wants more flexible. COVID has messed the United States up completely when everybody wanted to work from home. I work from home for over 15 years. So that's one thing. And another thing, we really need to look at opening up the pool, not just for the current jobs that's available, but we also need to look at the people that are working now. They are working overtime and overtime and overtime, trying to get the trash, trying to cut the street. We have one arborist in the whole city of Wilmington, and he's a specialist, so he can't get to every tree that everybody has. I mean, I have lists of trees that needs to be cut down in just my district alone. So, I get it. We can definitely amend this later, but what we need to do is we just need to make sure that when we're looking at this, we're looking at it to help the people that's already employed. Think about it. It's 70% of the employees right now that work for the city of Wilmington that don't even live in the city district, live in the city limits. That's 70%. So I understand. Everybody has their isms and schisms. But what I'm saying is the numbers are here, and let's look at it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right. And again, we're going to be respectful of all members when council members speaking. Now, members of the public, it's your time, all right? So just come up, say your name. You get the 3 minutes. Time to shine.
So how's everybody doing? Listen, my name Timeless Thomas. I want to be very clear. I that I represent myself. My views are my views, because what I notice is that sometimes the media twists words when people get passionate.
Yep.
So they call me in when it's time to get past the distraction. A lot of us are talking about the need for jobs, not the need for jobs, when our leadership has committed treason. If there's a law in place on the books, we ain't talking about that now, are we? Nobody wants to talk about the core of the issue, so we keep hooping and hollering about jobs. So let's get to where everybody wants to pretend we're at, with respect to cultural humility. If you outsource law enforcement and get them to police our black and brown babies, guess who's going to be affected? You're going to be impacted. Since you're going to be impacted, jail is a culture, unfortunately, in our community. Now, do we really want other people, other creeds and cultures policing our babies? Do we really want that? Can we fill those city jobs with people that look like us, that could identify with us, that could officer friendly yours and mine? Versus come in and say, well, I live out there, but they let me work. We know the real reason. Somebody wants somebody somewhere else, so they got to smoke screen this. Don't play with me, because I don't have to befriend anybody. I can get up here and say, I'm not even really cool with the compromise if something's already in place. I don't know nothing about politics, but I know about truth. I know about distraction, and I know about what happens in re-entry. If I'm in the plumber house and I just worked all my state time and I'm ready to sign on with the city, maybe get a sanitation job and earn myself some benefits with my impacted self and my impacted family and my impacted community, and y'all tell me, well, we were going to hire you, but somebody from a 3-mile radius beat you to the application. Somebody from a compromised piece of legislation blew your chances, buddy. But maybe if we ship you to Georgetown, they might have an opening. We don't have any in the city where you were born
5
and
seconds.
raised. Where you? Did you say my time was up?
Almost. Yeah.
I'm done now then. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Francis Thomas. And I'm a resident of the city of Wilmington, and I'm appalled about this. We don't want outsiders taking our jobs from us. The constituents of the city, we do matter. Now, I just want to say those who voted yes, may I please say their names. Mills, Spandella, Fields, Bracy, Johnson. We are the ones who put you in here, and we are the ones who can vote you out.
Just as a point of reference, all comments go to the chair. Ms. Thomas.
I'm sorry.
All comments go to me, ma'am.
I apologize for that.
No problem, not the other members.
But I just want to say how very important this is for the constituents of the city. Now, you talking about compromising. We don't want to compromise. No, we don't. We want our jobs. If they had been known to us, we could apply for them. They weren't made known to us. Now, I understand it's a lot of crossing guards. I would apply for that. So, I just wanted to voice my opinion tonight as a city resident, that I'm opposed to this. I know when my dad worked for the city for years, it was said that he had to live in the city. He didn't want to, but he had to live in the city in order to work in the water department. Why is it being changed now? Why we have outside contractors coming in? We have contractors here in the city. Have they been looking for contractors here in the city? Any crossing guards? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
So my name is James Taylor, and I've come to reiterate what I said the last time this topic came up. I don't even know why we're talking about it again, because as Councilman White said, when there's a law on the books, if it hasn't been stricken from the books, it's still on the books. Being as though all comments go to the committee chair, I believe we had the same legal writing and research professor up at Widener. So you know as well as I do, the law is very much still valid, and no advisory opinion from down in Dover changes that. That said, if we're talking about a compromise, what we're compromising is this chamber's authority. You're compromising your power so that you can carry water for a lame duck mayor who on his way out the door decided that he was going to change a law that he knows better than trying to change because he's also a lawyer. It makes you wonder. It truly makes you wonder. Then they talk about the hypocrisy. Everybody was out here at every ribbon cutting, at every meeting he threw, at the Bikini Pollen, whatever, talking about he's going to be great for the city because he's a businessman and he knows how to manage, yet he doesn't know how to hire people? Where they do that at? Don't talk to me about hypocrisy when y'all are down here championing overdevelopment and then want to turn around and cry about how the rent's too high. The rent's too high because the man whose work you're down here doing, instead of representing the people that you were elected by, created the situation that made rent unattainable. He did it. So call a spade a spade. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, council, audience. I first want to say I sit there for minutes and listen to council take up so much time, but we get 3 minutes. That's okay. I've been in Wilmington all my life. I'm 63 years old. You's a sellout. Chair.
Point of order.
You's a sellout, Chair. You can't address me. I'm addressing you. I know you from Philly. I know you from Philly, and I know you don't like it, but first you wanted to be our Attorney General.
I'm just saying, no. This is regarding legislative matters.
We're getting to
You want it? No, Mr.
Now,
Dunn.
I wanna say
Mr.
this to
Dunn.
y'all.
No, you want to take personal attacks, you can step outside. You do not do that in here. This is a place of professional, we're talking about legislation. This is about legislation, sir.
Okay. Well,
This is about legislation.
As I say, residency is a law. Been a law since I've been a child. People before you, Chair, fought for it. Some died for it. You wasn't here to see it. You don't know how hard it is. This is an attack on poor people in general. I don't care what your color is. It's an attack on us and our powers that we have in the city as poor people. You taking jobs from our children. You taking jobs from people that you incarcerated, that this city allowed these police to incarcerate, and then give them a re-entry program, and then don't train them for the job that the city got. This is the things that we've been going through for years here in Delaware. I heard other councilmen that in the 8th district, in those districts, no, they not suffering. They not suffering like we are. This bill should not pass. You should keep it as it is. You went from being a resident to 12 years. Now you got us at 5 years. What you want to take from us next? You took our schools. Now you want to take our jobs. We got to put a stop to it. If you going to be here as city council people for the public, you must vote against this. Even if you think it's good, it's not good. We know it's not good because we live this life. You're getting ready to start martial law again.
Point of order. Again, we need to take this as this is a professional place of government, all right? So threatening stuff like that is dangerous, okay? And we will deal with that. Not truthful. Martial law, no, that's dangerous. That's dangerous. No. Whoever does that, again, this is not an Eagles game. You will be escorted out. I promise you. I promise you'll be escorted out. I run things differently. You will be escorted out. This is not a sporting event. Would you please escort that gentleman? Please.
That is not right. Point of order, Chris. Point of order.
You won't be quiet. We're here to run a government meeting.
No, Mr.
We're here.
No.
We're here to run a government
Mr.
meeting.
President.
No.
That's
We're
not
here.
fair. You're igniting the stop.
He's up. No.
But relax.
No. He needs to leave.
But relax.
This is a place of business.
That's out of order.
It's a place of business.
That is not right.
It's a place of business. If you can't conduct yourself, take it outside.
That's not how we do business, Mr. Chair.
That is so unfair.
That is. This
That's
is a
not
place
right.
of order.
That's not
this is
right.
a government building. If he calms down, he can come back in.
No.
If he calms down, he can come back in. Nobody.
Mr. Chair.
If he
Mr.
calms
Chair,
down.
No.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
No, Mr. Chair.
That
No.
point of order, everybody is hollering. That's not fair to take it out on one person.
That's
No,
right.
it
It's
is.
emotional. This is an emotional topic.
We understand.
But just ask him to calm down. But when you start that,
Yeah,
you're igniting
he can
something.
come back in. If
Well,
he
calm
calms
down. You're igniting this.
No, Councilwoman Oliver, with all due respect,
Stop.
I've set
Yeah,
standards in the beginning.
making it worse
Okay?
than it is.
If you can't comport with the standards, you can take it outside. That's all. Okay?
No.
So-
No.
Go ahead.
No, Councilmember White. I'm done. Councilmember White.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
You are
What
out
does
of
that
order.
mean?
You are out of order.
You're right. On what grounds? What grounds am I out of order, Mr. Chair?
Professional
That-
conduct.
You got
We
the
can't
wrong
conduct
one.
the meeting.
What grounds am I out of order?
We can't conduct
What
the meeting.
grounds am I out of order?
Yes, sir. We have members of the
Chair,
public
please
who are
continue
waiting.
with the meeting.
You stop the members of the public, not Mr.
I did not stop the
Councilman
members
White.
of the public.
I want to know what grounds am I out of order.
Look, you want to always
You want
cause a show.
to
be
get
a
them
member.
to escort me out? Do you
look,
want to get them to escort me out?
Look, if you
Don't
can't
start.
control yourself,
Don't start. You
if you can't
yourself.
control yourself, you
These
need to
are
control yourself.
residents. These are people.
You
in the city.
understand?
You don't appreciate
Members
them.
are waiting.
You don't appreciate them.
Members of the public are waiting. You are delaying the process.
I'm not delaying.
Yes, you are.
Don't start that stuff. You're delaying.
Yes, you are.
You asked
All
the
full of
members
it.
the public to leave this chamber.
If you can't
You
compose
should be
yourself,
ashamed of yourself.
if you can't compose yourself, yes. When he comes back in, he can calm himself. All right, member of the public, next. Always causing a show. You.
Say it again. I didn't
You're
hear.
causing a show.
I'm causing a show.
You are.
You have a member to escort out. I'm
He
causing
will
a show.
not control himself and let members of the public
No
speak.
one is going to put up with
Not the
that.
street.
You're the chair.
No one.
Show some generosity.
We have members of the
Show
public
some
waiting.
generosity.
How can I conduct the meeting, Councilmember White? If
With a
you
little
won't-
patience, with a little empathy.
I am. I'm very
Good evening,
understanding.
I'm the wrong one.
My name is James Galkey. I'm a resident of the 7th Ward. I am here to oppose this legislation. I really am kind of confused about this compromise word we keep using this evening, because I agree that, like, who are we compromising with? The mayor just decided that he was going to make a legal opinion one day, and for some reason we're fighting over it right now. I mean, I personally think we should pass some sort of legislation saying that we have the residency requirement so we can just table this and move on. But honestly, if I wanted to be petty, I'd say let the mayor do what he does and let's sue him. So, yeah, City of Wilmington has a little over 70,000 residents. Our unemployment rate is 6.2%. The unemployment rate for the country is 3.9, and the unemployment rate for Newcastle County and Delaware as a whole is 4.1. So why is it that even though we have a 2.1% disparity in our unemployment rate, we can't seem to find people within the City of Wilmington to do the jobs? So, 6.2% of 70,000 people is 4,340 residents. So if it's true that we don't have qualified people to do these jobs, then I guess I want to ask the mayor, has he spoken to all 4,340 of these people to figure out whether they're qualified, whether we can get them qualified, or whether they want to do the job? Because I've heard people this morning say that there are people, they themselves are people within their community would happily take these jobs. Question number 2 for the mayor would be, if there's 92 vacancies, which is what I recall reading in his 110. Okay, they've gone up since the last article I read in the News Journal. Then why are only 19 of them posted online? I went to the website right now, earlier, to look at it, and there's only 19 of them. And not only that, but the 19 ones that are posted are not entry-level positions. They are all like $50,000 plus a year. A handful of them are $100,000 plus a year. So where are the entry-level positions that we can't hire for? Why are they not being advertised? So, yeah, and that's those are my 2 questions for the mayor.
Thank you. So noted. Next member of the public.
Hey, my name is Jim Miller. Thank you for speaking. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to point out that Chris Johnson is my next door neighbor. I want to say that I think we can disagree without being insulting, being disrespectful. Also, on that point, Chair, I do think that there may be another way of going about this. If it is a law, then that's the way it is. I understand that there are problems with some jobs not getting filled. There's trees in our neighborhood that need to be cut, and we can't be cut because we don't have the arborists to do it. But if you look around this room, you can see the passion of the people who want to keep the jobs in the city. And I know this, I want to speak to every council member here. I know this job isn't easy. I helped Loretta Walsh get reelected, and I listened to her talk, and this is a tough job. But there was a gentleman who was on this call earlier, talked about parking, and said, what if we created a card or something online where people could pay $40 and they never have to worry about getting a parking ticket again? All right, so 70,000 people, if only 10,000 people did that, that would be $400,000 that we could put towards job training or advertising the jobs that are available. I think the conversation should not be, if residency is the law, the conversation should not be how are we getting rid of residency. It's like, how do we keep residency and figure out how to get the jobs back into Wilmington. Keep them in Wilmington, improve job training. I thought Councilwoman Bracy did mention a good point about how do we incentivize these positions? How do we how do we train better? But like gentleman just said, there's a need. There's maybe a way we could solve two problems here at the same time. If people knew that the money from the cards were going to go towards job training, they may be more likely to pay for the cards. That's nearly $500,000 that we could put towards advertising and job training, which seems like we could maybe solve two problems at the same time. That's just my observations. But Chris, I know this is a tough job. You're my neighbor.
It's all good. I appreciate it.
But we disagree on this one, so go Birds.
Thank you very much. And again, next speaker. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. My name's Holland Ralston Jr. Good evening, City Council members and other residents in attendance. I'm here as a longtime city resident who was in opposition to the abolishing of the city residency requirement. It seems to be the goal of this administration to take back the hard-fought-for gains, privileges, advantages, and rights that we have gained in our struggles in the city of Wilmington, Delaware. We as African American or as Black Americans face the same opposition and oppression throughout America presently. But to stay focused on the situation at hand, I would first like to state that this proposed idea of getting rid of or modifying the resident requirements does nothing to help the city of Wilmington or the residents of Wilmington. This proposed residency requirement change only seems to benefit the mayor's attempt to build a voting bloc for Wilmington's upcoming mayoral election and to further entrench institutional racism in our city. The mayor's implicit biases and his Anglo-Saxon superiority complex exhibited in his leadership has led us here tonight. This is my opinion and my analysis of this mayor's action. I thank my beloved brother, Pastor D, for shining the light on the fact that Mayor Purzycki was a lifelong Republican until changing his affiliation or party to run for mayor of Wilmington, Delaware, as a Democrat. Mayor Michael Purzycki seems to be a Dino, Democrat in name only. The mayor, in my humble opinion, seems to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. If the members of city council are buying into Mayor Michael Purzycki's leadership at the cost of city jobs for your children and grandchildren, his price is too high. If the members of city council are buying into the leadership of Mayor Michael Purzycki at the cost of eminent domain, taking properties usually to benefit large developers, and this idea is supported by Governor John Carney, who has said he will run for mayor in our city, the price is too high. I say don't allow Mayor Michael Purzycki to Jim Jones you and drink the poison juice that will set you, us, and the city of Wilmington back 100 years. This is the mayor's plan. I will bet you $1 million to a fat man that
15
you've
seconds.
been primed with the idea that if it doesn't work, we can always reverse our decision. Don't believe the hype. Don't believe the lies. We are all we got. We are all we need. God bless. Velda Jones Potter as Wilmington's next mayor. Thank you.
Next speaker.
My God. After that, I don't know what to say. But I will say this. I keep hearing the words called compromise. Who are you supposed to be compromising with? The city of Wilmington residents, you keep acting like minorities, but we're the majority. You need to stand up and start acting like the majority. And in doing so, we have to understand, I've only heard 3 people talk about really, they want to break down the residency, and they were police officers. And I have a question for everybody in here. Why is it that the police don't want to live in the city? That's just my question. Why is it that they find it so offensive to live in the city? To get paid by the city? To help city residents? I've never heard a city resident saying, we don't want the police here. But they make all kind of efforts not to be here, to the extent that we have to make a compromise. We have to give up our rights so that they can do what? Not live with us, but carry a gun? And I have a question. Since this compromise has come about, how many people have been killed by the police in this city? Prior to the compromise, when the police lived in the city, you are no longer viewed as a criminal. You were their neighbors. And if you don't have that type of policing going on in this city, you have the other side, the death. Nobody gets indicted. Nobody gets hurt on their side. But over the years, hundreds of us have died at their hands. They need to move into the city and be part of the community. And we don't need to compromise with anyone. Compromise is not a position that I take as an individual, and I hope none of these council members take. Because when you compromise, you give up your right to freedom. For years, all we talked about was freedom, freedom, freedom. Now we talk about compromise. I'm not a compromising individual, and I hope a lot of you aren't either. Because we don't need to compromise on this issue. There's not the job, what they want to do with the job is create a metropolitan city. And in creating a metropolitan city, this mayor and the rotten people in this Democratic Party, and the Republican Party, that's why they don't run. They don't have to, because the Democratic Party is rotten. And the rotten people in this Democratic Party that face that mayor and are down with that mayor, they get what they want. They get what they want. We got to compromise. Compromise with who? He works for us too. Yes. He works for us too. So don't vote this new guy in because he's the governor. He was the governor. He can run it. No. He's been in political office for 30 years. What has he ever done for the residents of Wilmington during that 30 years? I don't care what they say. We're going to vote for Zelda, and she's going to win. And all you compromisers and the transpire, you'll be out of here soon enough. We're going to get rid of the compromisers because we are not minorities. We're the majority.
Next speaker.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Valerie Simpson.
Mic down a little bit, ma'am.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Valerie Simpson, and I'm a lifelong Wilmingtonian. I've been around the world, thanks to my husband, because he was military, but I died to get back here to Wilmington, okay? And I was really, really stunned to see some of the changes, the negative changes that have occurred here in Wilmington. Let me give you an example of something. And I need to go back to this this list that you guys have, this vacancy list that we can't fill for some reason. I need to focus on the school crossing guards. On this list, the school crossing guards are paid the less. They're paid $24,802, and they cap out at $31,910, okay? That's the lowest paying job on this 100 and something list. There's 10 crossing guard positions here, and they're telling us that since January, okay, 10th, 2020, that they can, all the way out to May 9th, 2023, that they cannot fill these 10 crossing guard positions. Let me give you something. I went to George Gray. I don't know if anybody in here knows where George Gray School is. I think now it's a charter school. I started that school when I was 5 years old as a kindergarten. When I was 6 years old, I was in the first grade there. When I was 7 years old, I was in the 2nd grade. When I was 8 years old, I was in the 3rd grade, and guess what I was? I was a crossing guard, a school crossing guard. We wore the white, I don't know if anybody remember, we wore a white safety, right. And we were there in the morning, and then we were there when the kids got ready to get out of school. So I was in the 3rd grade, okay? 8 years old and a crossing guard. So y'all are telling us that we are so unskilled, we don't have the ability, and we don't have the knowledge to even be crossing guards. And that's all I want to say.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Christian Willauer. I'm a resident of the city of Wilmington. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I just want to say the argument to lift residency requirement is that it's needed. And I just don't think that's true. And I haven't seen any data to support it. And I looked at the speaker before was looking at this jobs report, and I took a good close look at this too. It was distributed the last time we were here. There's 1,079 city jobs, over 1,000 city jobs, 110 are vacant. It's really important that we look closely at what the problem is so that we know what the solution is. Is lifting the vacancy requirement the solution that we need to these 110 vacancies? Or is there some other solution like job training? So once you look closely, you have to understand what the information is telling you to come up with a solution. So, looking at the jobs, the 110 vacant jobs, we see that 374 of the 1,000 jobs in the city are in the police department. Of those, 42 are vacant. That's 38% of all vacants are in that one department. So the question is, what do we do about that one department? It has a lot of vacancies, it has a lot of jobs. So you got to take a really focused look to solve that one problem. And then, of that, 19 are police recruits, 10 are crossing guards, 8 are emergency calls. Like, what do we need to do to fill those positions? There's different solutions for each one of those job categories, but we got to take approaches to solve that problem. About the other 63 jobs, 26, almost half, are entry-level jobs. A lot of them aren't posted. 30 are mid-level, 7 are managerial. The city just passed huge pay raises for those managerial jobs. Can we let those pay raises, see if we can attract workers with those pay raises? We need to understand the problem before we give the solution. Some of the other departments in the city, there's very few vacancies. The fire department, it's 160 jobs in the fire department. Guess how many vacancies there are? 3. Like, that's phenomenal. What's the fire department doing that they have so few vacancies? We need to learn from them. Information technologies, these are skilled jobs. These are the kind of jobs the city says they have trouble filling. It's 21 positions in that department, 1 vacancy. What are they doing? Like, they're doing something right. We need to go and find out what they're doing. Other departments, they have a lot of vacancies, like the Department of Parks and Rec. They have 41 jobs, 9 vacancies. Just 3 of those jobs are posted. The finance department, they have 84 jobs, 13 vacancies. That's a 15% vacancy rate. I looked online today, just 1 seemed to be posted. So to me, the first step to getting jobs filled is definitely posting them. I honestly don't know why we're talking about changing the residency requirement beyond city limits. It's like giving medicine without diagnosing the disease. I came out to you tonight to ask you, please don't change residency for city jobs. We need to hire workers, we need to do job training, we need to provide great services, but I think we can do it and keep the residency requirement. Thank you.
Next speaker. Floor is yours.
My name is Anthony Jones. I am both a resident of this city, and for purposes of tonight, more importantly, I am employed by the Samaritan House, which works with homeless people. We have a 70% rate of success of people getting out of homelessness and somehow finding housing in this city. nobody called the Samaritan House to ask if there were people who could be sanitation workers. Nobody called Hope House. Nobody called the Friendship House. And my conclusion has to be, well, let me say this. Before I go any further, we talk about compromise. Right never has and never can compromise with wrong. What I wanted to say is that, you know, this issue is not one of differences, it's one of willful blindness. The mayor doesn't see you, and that's the issue. But you know, it's an old story. Your grandmama and granddaddy told you about a poor man named Lazarus and a real estate developer named Dives. You remember how Dives had great wealth, and his solution or his thought was to get even greater wealth, and he never saw Lazarus. And he went to hell. He went to hell basically because he loved ribbon cutting ceremonies for places that nobody can afford to live in, and never saw the Lazaruses on Jefferson and Jackson and in Hope House. But I love you because you refuse to remain unseen. And I tell you, the ancestors, if they were here, and I suppose they are here, would say to you, walk together, children, and don't get weary. They would tell you, ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. And they would say, no justice.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Good evening. Thank you for City President and our City Councilors here tonight for listening to us. But I have heard so much today, but no more than what I heard on October 19 when we was here last time. In fact, I took my time that afternoon to come here and be with you on my birthday.
Happy birthday.
But I'm here tonight again because I'm completely in favor of keeping the residency. I'm also not in favor of having our jobs in Newcastle, Middletown, Smyrna, and who knows where. We have enough people in Wilmington. And even though I have not worked for 20 years, I'm thinking I probably had the qualification for some of these jobs. And one of them is translators and speak Spanish. And let me tell you one thing. I have been in places where it's no translator. They have given me the permission. There are pharmacies, there are jobs out there that they are not being trained as a translator. In fact, I have 2 job offers, and I'm thinking on one of them. I go to a pharmacy. I see a lot of these people, and that has nothing have to do with residency. What I'm trying to get to the point is there's job in Wilmington. There's job in Wilmington. Whether it's this 92 or 100 position they're listed there, but let me tell you, there's jobs to be found. They gotta give us, like the gentleman said, they got to post this position. With all the respect to my city councilor, Large Maria Cabrera, I have not seen this position posted nowhere. And I'm telling you with all her respect. But let's go back to the residency, extended to the 3 mile, like the proposition with Darby, and then surrounded the current to the Wilmington district, keep the job, and train the people in Wilmington. There's plenty of people that are, I'm pretty sure you put the table, like one of our city councilors say, and do a job training, one of these filing hiring position, I'm pretty sure you're gonna get a lot of here tonight to apply for some job position. But if you're not giving it to us the opportunity to get the job, then we're not gonna be able to get the job. But let me tell you one thing, even though I'm agree 100% with the parking, even though that has nothing to do with the residency, I have been here, living here 33 years. And let me tell you something, I'm very, very happy that that's gonna come to a conclusion. And Also, I'm also would like, with all her respect, to ask my city council, why isn't she against the proposition for the residency in our 5th district? Why our own city council in the 5th district is not in favor of keeping the residency in Wilmington and offering the 5th district the job that we need? We need the job, and we need her support, even though she said that she have the opinion on go on based on her own opinion. But what more opinion do you want that most of the people here tonight and most of the people that was here October 19 were only about 4 people, and I don't know, I think I don't know how many people you know, how many people was in favor. I think of the 70 or 75 people that spoke, I think only 5 was against the proposition, but most of the people. Oh, it was 2. Oh, okay. I give it 3. It was 2. It was 2, okay.
15 seconds, Ms. Moran.
So what I wanted to say, we need to keep the job in Wilmington. And I'm 100% with Darby's proposition, and with all her respect, I'm against the proposition for our city council that spoke, Bracy. So I'm in favor of this residency to be kept in Wilmington, and please, my own city council, please give us the chance, because you was elected with only for 23 votes. You only selected for 23 votes. Other than that, you would not have been here.
Please. Next speaker. Sir.
Good evening, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, and City Council that's here. I grew up in the city of Wilmington on the east side, 10th and Lombard Streets, right around the corner from the original Baby Grand. Went to Howard High School and graduated from Howard High School. Went to college in Wilmington. But I'm not here to talk about that, and a lot of the things that have been said this evening, there's no need in me repeating them, because you heard them and you know how you feel about them. And my own personal feeling about the residency requirement here for the city of Wilmington, it needs to stay. Now, like I said, you know, there's nothing new here that I need to say. But when you look at the construction that's been going on in this city, anywhere from Pennsylvania Avenue to 8th and Orange Street and every place else, you know, when you look at that, they're saying one thing, and it's saying that this city, if we don't stay with having a residency requirement in this city, that we are on the stepping stones of gentrification, and we do not need that. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, what was the public comment's name for the record, please?
What's your name, sir? I think we missed it. Well,
Alan Lawrence.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Next speaker. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lanita Brooks. I live in the city of Wilmington, right behind the police station. And again, I don't know why we're here. We have so many people saying that they don't want to live residency. And me, I came in here late because I got to come from Elkton, Maryland. That's where I work. And I'm a dispatcher all day long. Can you give me a job dispatching? I need a job dispatching in Wilmington. I lost my son in 2015. I can help somebody. I can be a victim services specialist as well. And I'm just scared for the people that gotta work together. Like, this is like really crazy. This is really crazy. The atmosphere is crazy. But y'all want us to get it together, but y'all can't even get it together. Y'all can't even vote on what's right for Wilmington, what's right for the people who voted y'all in. And the only thing I gotta say is the next ribbon cutting ceremony should be here at the city council building for a job fair, the biggest job fair that y'all ever had.
Thank you. Just so the public knows, we are writing down our staff as well, me and Council President. We're taking note of every comment, so thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cheyenne Miller. I'm in the 7th District. I live over on West Side. And I'm a little disappointed tonight because I thought after several weeks of conversations with council members about what this law will and will not do, what the changes are, and what the current what is it called, Muni Code? Yep. What the current city law says, it's wild that y'all still out here lying. Like you're actually lying to people. The current law still says that you have to live in the city of Wilmington. Right. And for those who are concerned that the mayor may or may not have told the truth in his opinion, you have the ability to go to the AG's office, and I appreciate those city council members like Sinead Darby that have gone to ask the question of whether or not the mayor is allowed to change the law unilaterally. Now, the real thing is this: as city council members, it's your responsibility to push back and ask those questions about whether or not this law is supposed to be followed or not followed. Nobody else is going to do it but y'all. That's why we have balance of powers. That's why he's the executive and y'all are legislative. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Right? Can somebody start singing the Bill song? Y'all know I'm just a bill. Like, come on. So it's really disappointing to see that there are still lies going around that the city law has been lifted, that residency does not exist, because that is not true. The second thing that really bothers me is the fact that we had a conversation earlier about incentives. Only one piece of legislation right now being offered is offering incentives, and that is Sinead Darby's legislation. That's the only one. That's the only one. There is no other ordinance that you're hearing tonight that offers incentives to live in the city of Wilmington. Then you want to talk about a compromise. On October 19th, 75 people came out and they said, don't do it, don't do it, don't change residency. Right? They said, don't do it. And then y'all say you want to compromise. When you were hearing us on October 19th, you were considering lifting residency so people don't have to live in the city of Wilmington. Now we're hearing the same exact thing, except you want to trick us and say it's a compromise by saying, hey, you just got to live in Newcastle County. That's not compromise. That's still not the city of Wilmington. Then you want to say, oh, no, we want to do 3-mile radius. Now let's remember this. An amendment can be put on anybody's legislation. If they put an amendment on Sinead's legislation saying that it's going to be with a 3-mile radius instead of the city limits, we're going to be paying people to live outside of city limits. Why? Because she has the only piece of legislation here that actually offers incentives like relocation assistance. Therefore, if there is an amendment put on her legislation, if anybody here votes for an amendment to put on her legislation, we're going to be paying people to live outside of city limits. Remember that when they bring that amendment up. Number one. Number two, if they put an amendment on Bracey's legislation, it's important for us to remember that it ain't no compromise. Either you're outside the city or you're inside the city. Ain't no 3 miles, ain't no, oh, you out in Middletown. None of that's a compromise. It's a lifting of residency. So I love hearing this word compromise. Ain't no compromise, no compromise. Either you live in the city limits or you don't. And any city council member that votes on the legislation that lifts any form of residency, whether it's 3 miles or Newcastle County, I'm going to remember in September of next year. And I'm going to remind other people in September of next year. And I mean that. I don't care if you think it's a win or a loss. I don't care if you say, oh, I'd rather see 3 Mile versus all of Newcastle County. If you vote to lift residency at all, I will remember in September. And I hope everybody else here remembers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Patrick Burke. I'm an Episcopal priest. I serve at the Episcopal Church of St. Andrew and Matthew, otherwise known as SAM. I live in District 2, and the church is in District 4. I stand before you urging you to vote yes, as the bill stands, for Sinead Darby's bill. We need to codify residency within the system. There should be no compromise. There should be no changes to that. And I speak to you as a faith leader, urging you to take that stand because we know from painful experience that civil servants who live in the city in which they work treat those that they encounter during hard situations as their neighbors and with empathy. And when they do not live in the city in which they work, that's just not the case. And people are at risk of being dehumanized. Quite frankly, it's just that simple. Now, this is really important when it comes to members of law enforcement, but it applies across the bureaucracy. Implicit bias is real. It can and does turn deadly, especially when law enforcement and weapons are involved. I can't believe we're still having this conversation after 2020, but here we are. But implicit bias is reduced when there's a shared sense of community, and that reduces the harm that's done to our most vulnerable neighbors. As a faith community, that's who we stand in solidarity with. We at the Episcopal Church of Saints Andrew and Matthew believe deeply in building beloved community, where all are safe and there's equity. And that means seeking justice, especially for the most vulnerable among us. Now, one of the things that we've learned through a lot of hard work over about 100 years is that seeking justice means building connections across our differences, but it also is being able to tell the hard truths, especially around race. Removing the residency requirement will make civil servants less likely to empathize with those who they serve. And it's going to be harder to foster a shared sense of community, especially across racial divides. So please, I implore you, think about the intersection of systemic racism, lack of empathy, implicit bias, and the police. Changing the system to encourage less empathy and less connection is exactly the opposite approach that we should be looking at. We cannot overlook the racial implications that are embedded in this issue, so many have talked about. So make no mistake, we've heard it for 2 nights now in the community that we know the implications here. And we know that people of color will have even less representation in city government. And what are already disparate outcomes are bound to get worse. We need to do more work on racial justice. Removing the residency requirement sets us back at least 50 years. So at SAM, we're going to continue to push for public policy that builds community and protects and values all of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I greet my beloved council representative, Michelle Harley. There's very little that I don't agree with you upon. To Shanae Darby, public representative, I adore you. My Xanthia Oliver. But to you, Mr. White, bravo. Thank you, sir. To Vincent White. I had a whole speech written down and prepared. I was ready for tonight, but everyone has already said everything that was in my speech. I think that great minds think alike. I do agree with Shanae Darby, and I do agree with Michelle Harley and President Trippy Congo. There's no need to change residency. It's a law. It's on the record. You can't just change that. But my comment is it must be directed to the chairperson. In this case, that would be Mr. Chris Johnson. No. So here we go. You broke the law when you threw a constituent out of here. You took it personal. You took it personal and threw him out of here. If you notice, I'm the only person wearing the Eagles jacket, so I know you were referencing me. And let me tell you this, I warn you, do not speak to me. Do not say anything to me. You're a liar and a cheat, and I will be working to get you out of your seat. You can trust that. And in closing, I'll meet you out back.
So noted, Ms. Wilson. Thank you so much. So nice.
You think it's a joke? I'll see
Understood, Ms. Wilson. Yeah. Next speaker.
My name is Patricia Hampton, and I was born and bred in Wilmington, Delaware. I am 85. I worked for the city of Wilmington for 30 years before I retired. And during that time, the issue of people working in the city, also living in the city, came up and was passed. And I guess what I'm sitting here now thinking about is, why are we talking about jobs? That's an administrative position. That's personnel's responsibility. We have the college here in Wilmington. We have schools. So if there's a shortage of skills, why isn't personnel and the administration pushing for visitations with those educational institutions in the areas that we need to fill? The other thing is, what is the focus and who are the focus of the citizens of Wilmington, Delaware? We have a lot of apartment buildings that have displaced people, apartment buildings they cannot afford, apartment buildings that are not for families. And so it seems to me the city needs to take another look about who is the target and why are we making changes and where do we need to make changes. Everybody knows, well, when I started working, everything was OJT. Nobody ever came to a job, I don't care if they have a PhD, without some on-the-job training. So my vote, even though I'm not now in the city, because there's no place for elderly people to stay in the city, and I know lots of faces around here, that my vote would be no if I lived in the city. It's not necessary, and the city needs to do more about helping its citizens be viable in the city. And whatever help they need, that's why you're a city. It's a family. And wherever the family is broken, you need to work to fix it. And always stay positive. And those of you who live in the city, you know when people are doing wrong, tell them. Tell them that that's not the kind of city you want to live in, and that's not the kind of people that they are. So stop drinking the punch. You know, if you care about your city, then care about each other and help each other. That's how I grew up in Southbridge when it was a community.
Next speaker. No problem, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Curtis Linton. I'm the business manager at Labor's Local 199. For almost 25 years, I've been fighting for my members to get work in this city.
Yeah, you're a little tall.
For the last 25 years, I've been fighting for my members to get work in this city, and they told me nobody in Wilmington wanted to do construction work. Now they saying nobody in Wilmington wants to do these jobs that are available now. So it seems to me they saying nobody in Wilmington wants to work. I say to everybody on council right now, turn around, look to the ones that's on Zoom, try to zoom in. The people of the city have spoken. They have spoken. They want respect. They want jobs. You're going to hear their voice now. You're going to have to hear their voice. A lot of you ain't going to be here. And the same ones that say, hey, my district doesn't want this, or my district does want this legislation, well, we're going to see if they keep you in office then, if you're telling the truth. I'm going to leave you with that. The people of Wilmington, they want to be heard. They're no longer going to be quiet. Keep that in mind. You're going to hear their voice from now on. This is just the first fight of many.
Next speaker.
Well. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, this is my second go around here to speak to you on the residency residency law. You know, I was listening to each and every one of you, and we can agree to disagree. Amen? And the word says that our people perish for lack of knowledge. But as I stand here and I look at each of you city council people, you're Wilmington. You're Wilmington, Delaware. You was elected and you were selected to represent your residency, right? Here in Wilmington. So my comments as I made other week is still the same. I am for the residency law to stay on the books. Because it keeps, you have to remember, I'm not against hiring other people outside of Wilmington. But the law said if you're gonna work in Wilmington, live in Wilmington. I'm looking out at the audience that it had affected, I won't call their names, but had to move to get a job. He had to come back into Wilmington, had to live in Wilmington and stay in Wilmington 5 years. It didn't affect them or affect him one bit. So we're not against people outside of Wilmington getting jobs, but we want them to live in Wilmington for 5 years, and that is the law. Amen? And so it should stay on the books to live here in Wilmington. Wilmington is a beautiful place. It's a wonderful place. I've lived here for over 60 years. I came here as a young woman. I was educated here. I worked for the city of Wilmington over 40-some years. I fell in love in Wilmington, birthed my children in Wilmington, and raised wonderful children here in Wilmington, Delaware. So it's a wonderful place to live in. But I want you, City Council, when you vote, please keep in mind the residency. We're not saying that we don't, like I said, not want other people to come in and work. All we saying, let them live 5 years, that's all, here in Wilmington, and make it their place and their home. Now, you're saying it's very expensive to live in Wilmington, and I understand there's money been in the budget, has raised for those jobs. Am I right or wrong? I don't know. But I'm saying at least aggressively find a way in your recruitment process in getting to city residents those jobs, not leaving them out, not leaving us out. Residents in Wilmington needs jobs as well as everyone else. My understanding that the unemployment is what, 4 point, as I understand, in the city of Wilmington? Well, you'd hope the next time we talk is way less than that. And I look here and I look at each of you council members, and I've had contact with your families over these years. Some of them I worked with, some of them I've been in community meetings with. But remember, don't forget your residents. Don't forget it. Wilmington is progressing, yes, but make sure that people of color will still remain in the city of Wilmington. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to say something else. Even Newcastle County, they pay taxes, they pay water bill, their water taxes to the city of Wilmington. So don't forget them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, members of council. Good evening. This evening, I want to go back to where we started this evening. And I think we started with there being 2 points of focus as the reason for us being here. That the administration has an interpretation that there is no law on the books. I believe that notion has been dispelled. The change that was made in Dover says that this council may change by ordinance. It did not say shall, it did not say must, it says may. So you don't have to be an attorney. All you have to do is know how to read that word may, to know that it gives this council the ability, but it does not make any requirement. I believe the mayor also knows that. He initially posted that on the city's website with regard to the positions that no residency would be required. But after the law was not passed at the last meeting, that notice came down. That says to me that even he recognizes that there is a law in place that he was not following when he placed that there. So I see no reason why why this council should be addressing this on the basis that there is no law in place, because there is a law in place. The second is the contention that there are jobs that are vacant. I took that 110 jobs list at face value, but I am learning that more and more that that is not an accurate list. That those positions, most have not gone through the city's classification process, so they couldn't be filled today anyway. Hence, that's why only 19, well, that's part of why only 19 positions are filled. So in reality, there are only 19 positions unfilled, period. I know the budget and the budget process. There are always some positions that are left unfilled so that you have that savings in your budget as you move through the year. So please, administration, stop the fake me out with the 110 positions. We should not be here. Council really should take no action. We are here under deception, misleading, lack of transparency. We are here because there has been a manufactured crisis. It is truly a manufactured crisis. Now, if there are not people picking up the trash, I haven't experienced that in my community. But if that is something anyone is experiencing, it is the administration's job to do that. So if this body would take any action, it should be a resolution urging the administration to be aggressive in filling the positions. Classify all those that need to be filled, post all that need to be filled, and all the other suggestions that have been made here tonight. I see no reason, and I'm very heartened by seeing this council frankly, under pressure that you need not be under. This is not your fight. This is not your issue. This is the administration's job to do, and they need to do it. So I guess my emotion is around seeing this body struggle under the will and the pressure of the public when it isn't yours to have. The administration is responsible for filling jobs. There's a human resource department that needs to do its job, and there should be full transparency around where things are in that process. If we had that, I personally might have a different perspective. That is not the picture that I see. And so I think I will just reiterate in closing that the residency requirement of the city of Wilmington boundaries as it stands today, I see no basis for changing that, period. And I urge you to maintain it just as it is. Thank you for this time.
Next speaker, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. How's everyone doing? I guess I'm the last speaker tonight. So let's talk about it. Here we are again. Here we are again. Dozens and dozens of residents of this city came out to speak out against moving residency last go round. Dozens. And it fell on deaf ears, because here we go again. There's a quote by Thurgood Marshall. What is the quality of your intent? Why are you pushing this? We have a mayor who said that there is no residency. If that was true, why did he push for y'all to push an ordinance through? Why did he push so hard for this to come back? Because as of right now, there is residency. You have to stay here 5 years. That's, the law. You got to move in within 6 months. You can get a waiver for another 6 months. I think it was said last time by the FOP that rent is really high in the city. It's expensive to live here. But let's not forget who caused that issue. Let's not forget who voted to give our parks, where we're supposed to play with our children, gave away to developers to build these expensive apartments that no one can afford to live in. Let's talk about how you're supposed to have a down payment program, but no one can apply to it. But you as a council allocated money to it. And this mayor said, okay. Y'all have the power to dictate what goes on in this city. You are the representatives of the community. Councilman Fields said it best. He's voting to represent his district. Each one of you represents someone in this city. Not someone in Newcastle, not someone in Jersey, in Philly. Y'all aren't developers who like bringing in out of site work, even though we have qualified workforce right here in this city. Y'all are Wilmington City Council members. This is your city. By saying that the people here aren't qualified, you're saying you don't care for them. You don't love them. And I don't know what your true intention is, and that's why I asked, what is your quality? What is the quality of your intent? And I understand you're going to be offered a bunch of things. That's what the mayor does. He may offer a new building in your district, and that may, make you want to give your vote to him. He may offer you extra money in the budget for a project. That's fine. Why can't you still get that money and put the city residents to work? Why can't we keep those dollars right here in the city? Y'all have raised our taxes time and time again. This parking ticket thing, it's not good enough. But y'all complain that we don't have enough money in our budget already. For the people who live here, y'all are breaking our backs. But now you want to open it up and allow people to receive our taxpayer dollars, but not live here, not be our neighbors. That's all we're asking for. It doesn't matter what color you are, what religion you are. Wilmington has a long history of being a welcoming culture. Regardless of what anyone says on the outside, because everyone likes to say, oh, it's Murdertown, USA. No. This is Wilmington. This is Wilmington. And it's each one of y'all tonight. You're not voting on whether or not to get rid of residency. You're voting on where your love and your dedication is. Do you love this city? Do you love the residents that live here? And do you love the people who will be voting for you come September of next year?
Thank you, everyone, for hanging tight. I know it's been a long night. We do have some folks online, so thank you, everyone in the chamber. We have a Jared Kaufman. Are you there, Mr. Kaufman?
Yep, but you got unmuted.
Okay.
So I agree that I think we need to look at what's causing the issue. We're trying to fix a symptom instead of looking at the issue. And the stated issue, or at least one of the issues that was stated, is how expensive it is to live in Wilmington. And there's a number of ways, there's different solutions. I'm not saying they're easy, but there are different ways that we can go about it instead of asking people from outside the city to come in here for half the day and then go home and spend their money back in their own town. the two ways that I'm most familiar with my job is trying to eliminate parking minimums when there's a new development. When you have a parking minimum, that's asking people who don't drive to subsidize storing someone else's private vehicle and pay for that. I mean, that's basically like asking the hungry to feed the full. It's really just unjust. And studies have shown that by eliminating parking minimums and allowing the developer to choose what is right for their development, it does bring down, in a significant savings, it does bring down the cost of each unit to live there. The second is creating density. And we don't have to have a huge building to create density. One of the easiest ways to not only build density, but then give money to people who are already living here is to allow people to have accessory dwelling units, or basically like a granny flat, like you build over top of your garage, or you have an extra unit on your house. It really brings down the overall cost of that person trying to rent. And that person is going to be giving that money to the homeowner who's a city resident. And finally, I kind of just want to leave with, if we do get rid of this residency, we're basically perpetuating the idea that Wilmington really isn't worth living in. And I don't want to see somebody come in and work in the city who only finds the city as a punchline to a joke. That's right. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaufman. And have a Ferdinand? Floor is yours.
This is Ferdinand on the line. My name
Hello,
is Ferdinand. Can you all hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Okay, so I think like someone said, just pointed out, this is a
WITN? I think his line cut off.
It's not cut off. I'm still here.
Okay, there we go. All right, floor is yours, sir.
I was muted. So I think this is a manufactured problem, as somebody just pointed out, and like somebody putting fire on your house and then trying to call the fire department for you on your behalf. I'm one of those people that applied. I have 2 degrees, for God's sake. I have a degree in a bachelor's of science in arts and computer science, and I'm trying to get an administrative job in the city. I applied in April, was told this October that, oh, you did not meet our requirement. What the hell is the requirement for being an administrative assistant that somebody with 2 degrees cannot do? Just ask yourself now, what is it that you think you need that some people here, 70,000 people cannot get this job? People went to Lincoln University with me. And you say 70,000 people cannot fill in 11 jobs or 19 jobs or however you posted. Mr. Chairman, it's just a shame. And I've not been long in Wilmington, but I just noticed every wrong thing, you seem to be spearheading it. Like, why? Every time there is one issue that is an issue that always causes something, people to have an uproar, your name and some few of you are just always there reoccurrently. It's time to just think about it. Bring this whole thing down, leave the residency as it is. Somebody from your group, one of your members said something. He said, oh, we have the letters here. The number shows how many people are saying leave the residency on, but you still insist. He said, oh, my constituents are calling me. Let it be shown that the people who are out here right now are saying differently. And if your constituents are here, we are not hearing those people. They're saying, hey, we want this residency kept. So it's a lie. You went to Temple University. Temple is still not even an HBCU. So point of correction on that matter. But let me just say this. It is wrong. It's a trick. And we see you for who you are.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferdinand. Kevin Malloy, you're next up, sir. Kevin?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening. This is Kevin Malloy. I'm a resident of 5th District in Wilmington and a native Wilmingtonian. And I strongly believe in the importance and the value of residency. I actually think residency should be beyond the 5 years, but let it be the 5 years that it is. There's no, if you use the word compromise, I think it's more of surrender. Almost doesn't count. We have city borders, and if you just take a hypothetical situation, what if all the city council people didn't have to live in the city, but they could still govern the residents that they don't live with? It's been amazing to listen to all of the passion tonight and from different perspectives, but the passion for the belief in the residency seems to be clear to me. And as a residential real estate expert, I know the value of incentives. I know when the city had incentives for buying vacant properties in Wilmington and the buyers were given $10,000. It was very easy for me to convince buyers that would just as well move into the county to move into the city. And I was successful with many people that took that incentive. We need to stop being the gotcha city, and we need to be a welcoming city. We need to give incentives. And as a part-time resident of Vermont, which is a beautiful state, which I love, as well as Wilmington, Delaware, I've learned what the value of community is. Where Wilmington has food deserts, Vermont has cooperatives. Vermont in each town has cooperative grocery market that the residents are part owners, shareholders of the market, and people gather and subscribe to the local cooperative markets. There's cooperative retail stores, there's cooperative galleries, there's cooperatives where people benefit by being members and residents of that community and that town. Wilmington needs to look at these kind of ways of living. This is the culture that we should be attracting, is the attracting of a community and building up a community, not dissolving our borders or surrendering our borders and having people from the outside work within. As it's been said, we have schools, we have universities. There are places that we even have a VOTEC school that could teach this people within the community to live within the community in the city of Wilmington. It's all, to me, about incentives. It's all about attraction, and it's about the community and unifying a community and believing that we are one community and not a community of people coming in that they can just come and go as they please. We need to build within. That's how the grassroots is build within and stay and honor and respect the community. Thank you.
Up next, we have Lynn Keelhorn.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I just want to say that I don't think it's worth messing with the residency boundaries. Instead, if there is a real issue, then why not create something like a one-time exemption or waiver possibility? And this could be granted if it could be demonstrated that after appropriate analysis, incentives, and advertisements had been insufficient to attract a qualified candidate for a specific number of months, then residency requirements could be waived on a one-time basis for that specific position. And that seems like a simple way of addressing any potential issue without having to mess with the residency boundaries for all available positions. Thank you.
We have a DeSheryl. DeSheryl. Okay. Going to Charlie Bass.
Hello? I'm here.
Wait,
Can you hear me?
Wait, so is this DeSheryl?
Yes.
Okay, floor is yours, ma'am. Sorry about that.
Yes, good evening. I'm not going to be before you long. I know people have been waiting. It's been a long night. But the first thing I want to say is I can respect Councilman Fields because he said he represented his people. They came to him and they voiced their opinion. But the difference in his district is the people in his district, those are doctors and lawyers. They're not interested in a city job. So I understand that. But you got to also pay attention. The devil is in the details. And when people are trying to focus on other things, there's so many distractions that come up. And what this is now is this is a distraction. It's a distraction to take away from people what the bigger picture is. Because why is the mayor interested in filling positions? He's interested in filling those positions because he's already got people lined up for those jobs. That's what he wants to do. But the sad part is we want to compromise for a law. If I break the law, is there going to be a compromise for me? If my sons break the law, is there a compromise for them? Having officers that come into the city that have no heart for the people, no compassion for the people, and are constantly beating our people? Is that a compromise that you want to continue to make for the city? But pay attention. The devil is in the details. He's only using this as a distraction. And it's sad that the people that vow to represent us are the people who are going to compromise everything that the lady who spoke earlier, 85 years old, worked for the city, gave all her time to. And the saddest part is if people were being transparent. That's easy to do. Just tell the truth. Be honest about it. You know what he's doing. But are you going to sell yourself for a $25 to a project in your community that's never going to come to fruition? Is that what you want to do? Let's stand up and for once in our lifetime, let's be together and support the community. Because I take offense if you're telling me that some of my family members don't qualify for a job. I qualify myself. But you know what it is? That gentleman didn't get the job because it's not about the jobs. It's about a plan that's already set. So don't get distracted. Don't be distracted by some positions that don't exist. Take a deeper dive and look at all the details and what this administration is doing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Charlie Bass?
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, we can.
Okay, I just want to speak on behalf of the constituents, myself, and just say if the biggest controversy is we can't fill the positions, they're there, we're not qualified, and I live in the city of Wilmington, give us the opportunity to fill them. Like let us do the outreach, let us do the recruitment, and I don't mean literally let us do the screening, but if the matter at hand is we can't fill the positions, it just seems like the easiest thing to do is give the community the opportunity to fill the positions. Like, what's the race if this has been an issue for a couple years now? Like, why does anything have to happen in the next few months, few weeks, whatever the agenda is? I really don't know because I personally haven't read up on everything. I'm just hearing everybody's position. I'm hearing what everybody's saying, and I just feel like sometimes it's way more simpler than the overthinking and the, not to take away from anybody's research or anything anyone said this evening, because there's been a lot said, but just give us the opportunity because there's a lot of people in the community that are qualified, that have the credentials, but we talking to a hopeless community that every time we do things, we shut down or we try, it's always something going on that doesn't just hit the mark. So the training, I'm 100% for training because we need the education, but why just strip the rug from under our feet? If everybody's saying we didn't know, give us the chance to prove ourselves when we do know. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Bass. Ms. Angela Harris? Ms. Harris? All right.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, well, thank you very much. You know what I would get in to speak. But me being a Wilmingtonian all of my life, and my passion and my love for this city, I am completely opposed to doing anything with the residency as far as eliminating it. Because we all know, just like the woman before me said, that the devil's in the details. And if we fall for this by allowing certain council people to take and, bamboozle you with why they feel that it should be eliminated, then shame on all of us. But I know, listening to being on this phone for all this time, all these hours, and hearing the passion, and I'm just so proud that Wilmingtonians are speaking up and are coming together and being united. I am just so very proud of that. And we have to do that. And we have to hold our representatives accountable. We can't sit back and allow them to come in and then pretend that they're for us, and yet they're back negotiating things, behind the scenes to vote against important issues. I mean, it doesn't have to be like, well, I got to get this for my neighborhood here, so I'm just going to sell out over there. That's not how it should work. Because even though you represent your district, you also represent the city of Wilmington. And that's everybody. And making a decision to save something in your district and yet causing a harm to the whole city of Wilmington in the process makes absolutely no sense to me. And that's what you're doing when you cut these little side deals and you go for something like this. So, we've got to stand firm. If you want to be in Wilmington, working in Wilmington, and you want to police Wilmington, then hell, live in Wilmington. I mean, it's just that simple. It's not complicated to me. That's what you should do. And that's what we should see that they do. And that's what we should hold the council people accountable. And mayor, whoever else it is that goes against that. We need to hold them accountable come 2024. And let's not forget who are the ones who are against us.
Mr. Chair, can you ask what district they're from? What district?
Oh yeah, what district you from, Ms. Harris?
Oh, I don't live in the city now.
Oh.
I own a home in the city. But
you.
I was born and raised in the city for over 60 years. So it don't mean a bit of difference about where I live at.
I was just asking for a record. Thank you.
Oh, just letting you know. And I have a great love. I work in the city of Wilmington every single day.
Thank you.
And I've worked in Wilmington all of my entire life. And I love that city. And I'm going to still be in the city trying to make sure that the city still has the love and passion that it deserves for the people who are still left there. Because most of my family still lives there. They're in the city. I'm in North Wilmington. So actually it's still called Wilmington, but they call it the county. Okay. Just because I'm outside that line. So let's not get it twisted. I'm going to stand up, and I'm going to stand for Wilmington for as long as I can breathe.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Is there anyone else on Zoom who would like to speak for public comment?
Mr. Chair, I just want to make a brief statement. Asking someone from the public where they live or their district isn't a valid question. If they volunteer, it's appropriate, but asking them their district, that's not an appropriate question for.
I mean, it's a normal practice of ours.
But it's not a practice that we should follow.
I understand.
All right, thank you.
So noted. Again, is there anyone else on Zoom who has any issues, concerns, comments? Okay. All right. I'm going to now turn it back to council for any last comments. And I feel like I actually will go first. So those of you who know me, who actually truly know me and the work that I do, know that number one, I've always fought for civil rights, social justice. That's what I do inside this office and outside. So, part of what I do is listen. I listen. and analyze. And, you know, sometimes it's good to have this discussion, okay? And that's part of why we're here, to have this discussion. I appreciate those who came back, not for the first time, but the second time, and taking time out of your day, and we certainly hear you. So I think we all agree on, and this is again my position as finance chair of the city, that we have an affordability crisis in the city. We have a jobs problem, filling jobs and employing those outside of government. I think we can all agree on that is an issue, right? We have the jobs somehow aren't filled, okay? For whatever reason, I don't know why, and we also have underserved populations that aren't invested enough in. We can all agree on that, from housing to education to Wilmington, Wilmington needs a high school, all those issues, okay? And that's central and paramount to, I think, this discussion, okay? And our point in council, and the council president and I have worked for years, how do we get forward, right? And so part of this is the residency. How do we invest in our residents? You know, this past budget, we put $2.5 million into housing repair fund. And that's a problem, that has not gotten out. So how do we fix that problem? We have affordability problems. But we have a lot of affordability problems with water. We did a water assistance fund to at least those who can't afford it, but how do we make water cheaper? So those are the essential problems you elect us to tackle. And those of you who know me and know the work that I do, I'm in the back room trying to figure out how to solve our problems. Very few people work harder than I do at this, okay? And what you understand is we have to solve problems, the complex problems, all right? So we hear everyone, we understand what you're talking about. And I agree that we need to look at this further. And residency is a huge issue. For me, as long as we can get the jobs filled, that's all I care about, you know? And however we can get to that, I think we need to assess a housing assistance program. We need to assess a working group. That's part of in Councilwoman Darby's piece of legislation. So there's a lot of issues that we need to look at, okay? So I completely agree that we need to look at this. So, and again, I, especially, you know, close neighbors of mine who have voiced their opinion, I respect them, and I respect all of you, every single one of you, okay? So I'm just letting you know that the sense of professionalism and decorum is key, okay? Regardless of how we disagree, we can all come together because we all love Wilmington. And so that's what I want everyone here to leave today with about. Everyone up here cares about Wilmington. We may disagree on how to get there, but we all love Wilmington. So I'm always going to stand up for the people and stand up for the underserved. So for me, this is something where I sat and I had to question how I was going to go. You know, I really see myself leaning towards Councilwoman Darby's people. But what I'm going to say is it's going to be a lot of work, though, because there's a working group in that, and we got a lot of work to do. So Councilwoman Darby knows we got to roll up our sleeves and do that to figure out how to get the job filled, how to train. So that's the work, and that's going to be me on council president. But let you know, you entrust us to figure out solutions to hard problems. So, we're up to the task. The easy thing is, yes, get rid of it. That's the easy thing. But I like the hard thing, okay? So we're going to figure out the hard way. We're going to figure out how to get this done, okay? So I just want to leave it at that. I'm not talking about the mayor. I'm talking about right here. We're serving our constituents, so thank you. So I'm going to go to my Vice Chair, Harley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, I just want to say that I appreciate everyone's comments, feedback, and opinions from the community, as well as my council member colleagues. I want to be on the record for the community to know that I've never, ever been for abolishing and relaxing residency. All of my council members, they know that. They already know that. When we were shocked on October the 4th with the manufactured narrative, and everyone started scurrying around, I thought about the fact that, hey, 75% is better than nothing at all. So when I mentioned about the compromise for the 3 miles, all I knew was that I did not want to see 500,000 people become the residency requirement. So sometimes when you feel as though you only have one other option, you go with the best one. But I wanted to be on record. I've always stood for the residency requirement, and I still do. And I do. And I just want to also mention, I agree with a lot of what Council Member Johnson said about moving forward. And my suggestion I have written down here is very similar. And my suggestion for a path forward, number one, is for us to get an accurate, bona fide, classified job list, first of all. That's one of the things that we definitely need to do. I do believe that the issue at hand is to fill the jobs, but let's just do that and leave the residency requirement alone. So what can we do? One of the things that I believe that the administration can do is go in every last single district. They have the manpower to go in every district and do a job fair. First of all, get a bona fide list, a real classified, bona fide, accurate list. Go in every district and actually go there with the intention of filling jobs. We already know that there are positions, but I think part of the problem and the gap here is not just the absence of talent, but the opportunity. So my suggestion, again, is right away, because guess what? Getting groups of people together and getting the policies and procedures and SOPs together, that's going to take time, but they can organize and go in every district and do a job fair and let the communities know that, hey, these are the jobs, and do on-the-spot interviews. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Oliver?
Yes, first of all, Mr. Chair, I'd like to applaud you for listening to the people, because this is not our seat, this is the people's seat.
Right.
So I really appreciate you for listening to this democracy here tonight and listening to both sides and coming up with a decision for the people. So kudos to Chris Johnson, come on. Secondly, I'd like to echo what Councilwoman Harley said. I think most of us, the ones that y'all know, we were never in favor of doing any type of compromise, but it was a matter of trying to make some adjustment, and I'm glad everything turned out the way it did tonight. And as she stated, I was willing to, take a half a sheet instead of opening up to putting Wilmington into Newcastle County 3 times. So we just been nervous all day trying to just figure this out. But I just like to say, this is what this is all about. It's not about us after this not speaking to each other or taking this personal. We're going to still have to do 10 or more votes like this, okay? So it's about your opinion, my opinion, but it's about the public, because we are here because the public put us in these seats. Thank you so much, Chris. That's all I have to say right now.
Thank you. Councilmember McCoy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to state that your voice has obviously been heard, but I just wanted to let someone in particular know that his voice was heard. I got a chance to speak to Mr. Owens, and he made me aware about the home repair and the down payment program, and he could not find it on the website. And I assured him we put this in the budget. So the press release went out today because that was something I was like, how are we making a decision on this? And we gave you something 5 months ago that did not move. We need to see it now. So the press release went out now, but there is still one thing I want to make certain I'll make you aware of. And the reason why the first time this piece went out with my name on it, and I'm going to give you the details, is the fact that in March, I started trying to get people together because I understood what was happening. And I sent an email out to our HR person giving suggestions on what I would like to see before we deal with residency. I knew that this was going to be a firestorm, and I wanted to avoid it. Not stating that I'm not willing to do the compromise, because the compromise wasn't with them. The compromise was between us. Like, I did not want to make enemies amongst my council colleagues because of the fact that their love for the Wilmington, because I love it too. I love it too. I said, I I've been working in the city of Wilmington until 2 months ago for 30 years, but I've only owned my house 18 years. I worked here and commuted here because I love Wilmington, and it's all been community engagement. I sent suggestions. Those things did not come to fruition. I asked them to remove bachelor degrees from any position from HR. Those can be accomplished with experience or training alone. I asked them, once that's complete, can we hold a job fair at the Lewis L. Redding lobby? I also asked them, could we consider using a summer youth program to train 18 to 20-year-olds to take on positions? If they work out, we can offer them a job once the summer program is completed. Now, let me tell you, this is the clincher. The thing is that I'm glad that we're finally getting a chance to do something. I pray that we finally get some people in positions, because this has never been about me not caring about Wilmington. I cared about my residents so much that when they cry because their street is all jacked up or their car is getting messed up or this, that, and the other, I'm like, what are you prepared to do? What are you going to do? And if I had to make this hard decision, and I thought that this was definitely a hard one, I was going to make it because I did not want to hear my residents going through what they were going through. But please understand that this information that I did send to our administration, and I did make certain that HR was aware. I also went to my colleagues. This did not have to happen. I'm glad that y'all bringing everybody to accountability. I pray that y'all doing that, because I, for one, am listening, but my voice is still small because everyone in Wilmington doesn't know me, and I don't use social media to attack people. I do my work. I've done a lot of stuff without a ribbon cutting. I don't need applause. I just will not be slandered. I want to make certain that people know my reputation, and I work hard for my city. I already
Give her the floor.
What? But no, I'm like, no, I left this alone. I just wanted to let you give some explanation, because I feel as though people are glazing over this situation. Right? I already, what vote? The chairperson has already made the decision that this is the one we're moving forward on. So we're gonna be there. I mean, is that what we're doing?
So
it seems as though I'm feeling like a decision has been made, because I'm like, I want to make certain that people understood that I was prepared to make the hard decision, because none of stop.
Order.
Stop. I said, no, I want people to understand that I was prepared to make the hard decision because of such. I don't want people to think that I was not a hard worker, that I'm slacking or whatever, and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, I'm here by myself, not without a Democrat, not without a working families, people, partner, whatever it is, not without any of that. I do this job with the residents in my area.
Mr. Chair, can I have a point of clarity, please?
So, yes.
Are we still on
We're still on the
Bracy?
piece. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Bracy as to this is a committee, so it hasn't gone to floor for a vote. So we can go to Councilwoman Bracy about
Council Chair.
Yeah.
Bush. The sponsor's going to have the last word.
Yes, the sponsor will have the last word.
I'd like to speak first, if that's okay.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, thank you. I guess I want to thank the community first for showing up and showing us how you really feel. It means the world to me as council president that you came out and you were passionate and you were just educated and you presented facts. So that means a lot. I also want to thank Councilmember Johnson for listening. Hopefully the sponsor also has listened and will hold her legislation, because this is way bigger than residency. It's way bigger than jobs, and a couple people pointed that out. But I guess a couple things. If the state of Delaware said that Wilmington may change their speed limits, would that make our streets have no speed limits? It wouldn't. So it's very disappointing that the administration, that the mayor would have an opinion because the state said that we may change our laws on residency, that there is no residency. So a couple people from the public mentioned, like we're having this huge fight over almost nothing because residency still exists. And the fact that they tried to bamboozle us should wake up a lot of council members. And the fact that they made so many calls to try to push this legislation should really wake up a lot of council members, and hopefully it has. They tried to lead council astray, and I pray that it does not work. I can make a lot of other comments, but I really just want to move forward. Hopefully, Councilmember Bracy will hold her peace, and we can get to Councilmember Darby's legislation, and so that we can codify residency. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Bracy, floor is yours.
So this has definitely been a spirited discussion. I appreciate everyone that has come out to share their thoughts. And I hope that this level of civic engagement continues when we're talking about things like the budget and other important issues that are pressing to the city of Wilmington. I hope that this isn't the first time we see you guys, that this is a continued dialogue. I do want to say one thing that it's not bothering me, but it is a little annoying. I think it's a shame that as council members, we have to rely on personal attacks, performative tactics to prove to the community that you're working on their behalf. I have not one time gone on Facebook Live or put a flyer out or any of the other things that have been done to kind of, put a target on certain people's backs or to try to say this council member isn't working on your behalf or they don't care. To say that any of us don't care about this city that we all represent is not true. We all care. I care. I'm a Wilmingtonian through and through, and so I just want to make sure that that's clear. I love this city. I love the people in this city. This is just one piece of legislation that people have different ways of getting to the same common goal, which is that we all want to see a thriving city. We all want to see people employed from the city. We all want to see our city government working at full capacity. And with that said, I will call for the vote. I'm not going to hold it. I will call for the vote. I don't care if it dies here or dies. At least I didn't bow down to y'all.
Okay. Sorry about that, Councilwoman Bracy. So what would you like to do?
You came from my name. I did not do that to you.
No.
Well, it has to be a motion first.
Motion to hold? Well, I'm not.
No, it just needs to be
my bad.
from Finance Committee. It needs to be a motion to second to vote it out of committee if it's ready to go.
Motion to vote it out of committee.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. I will do a roll call vote. Vice Chair Harley,
No. You just said it for me.
Councilmember Bracy,
I'm not mad. I'm just saying. Dude, for real?
Councilwoman Bracy,
Yes.
Councilman.
Repeat what's going on.
And this is the vote out committee, not to go to full council for a vote. It's possibly amendments to be made. Councilmember Field,
Yes.
Councilmember Oliver,
No.
Councilmember Spadola,
Yes.
Council President Congo.
No.
And this point, as again, I just don't think this is ready at this time. So what I want to do is vote no. All right. So we do have a rest of agenda. We have Chairwoman.
I'm sorry, Chairman.
Yes.
Can you just do the announcement
tally.
record?
So it is 4 versus 3.
Make it plain though. 4 versus 20.
Yeah. So it's 4 no's and 3 yes.
So it's defeated. Okay, thank you.
So, and so now we move to the rest of the agenda. Vice Chair Harley, floor is yours, or do you want me to just do it? Okay, all right. So we have a last item on the agenda is for council member, I believe it is an ordinance to amend Chapter 40 of the City Code to establish the 5-year maximum residency requirement, to establish the related geographical boundaries at city Wilmington limits, and to establish a residency assistance fund. And it is substitute ordinance 23-040. Floor is yours, Councilmember Darby.
I don't even know what to say. Like, I don't even know what to say. So this piece of this ordinance maintains what is already on the books. They will allow you up to a year to move into the city. It stays at 5 years you have to live here, and it keeps you within the boundaries of the city of Wilmington. Some other components of it is a residency assistance fund, which will be focusing on the incentives that were mentioned earlier but wasn't in that legislation. So it will look at our HR department kind of fleshing that out, what it would look like. Other components of it, that it encourages the administration to promote hiring via billboards, mailers to city residents, emails to city residents, jobs fairs in each councilmatic district. It also posting, advertising for second chance hiring at certain positions, and partnering with organizations and schools like Delaware Skills Center, Hope Commission, Deltech, Delaware State University, Howard High School, and more. So this legislation, when we talk about incentives and we talking about hitting the real impact and investing in community, that's what this legislation is about. I am open to the residency work group. So I don't know if we want to add that as a council. I don't know if that could be a conversation, but I'm open to that because I know Councilmember Johnson, that's something you're interested in. So if we want to make an amendment and add that, I'm open.
Okay, Ms. Basson, I believe we had the working group language in some of the prior drafts. Do we have that language ready? It's a point of clarity for maybe law department.
Yes, we do have that, the language that was in the previous one.
Okay.
So we can just take that language to add to this as a amendment and to make that substitute number 1, revision 1.
Okay, so I would make a motion to add the working group language again.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded.
Just a point of order, just for clarity. I'm not sure that we're following protocol. Right. Because Councilmember Harley is the chair of Intergovernmental Committee.
The joint. I mean, do you want to?
I just don't know if I want to make sure we're getting it right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm Councilwoman Michelle Harley. I represent the Intergovernmental Committee, and at this time, I would like to go to the agenda item for intergovernmental for Councilmember Darby's ordinance that we just discussed. So for the record, I wanted to introduce this particular topic on the agenda, and I guess just give her the opportunity once again just to say whatever she wanted to say.
So we good.
Yeah, residency, it sticks to residency for 5 years, up to a year to move here. It will stay within the city of Wilmington boundaries, and also attached to it is incentives, and I'm open to adding the working group.
Thank you.
I would like to add the working group language as Ms. Bass-Knight just stated, a substitute to the ordinance to add a working group. I believe it was
Second.
Okay. All right. It's been properly moved and
Go ahead, Michelle.
Yes.
Moved in second.
It's been second.
Mrs. Chair,
yes.
Madam Chair.
Chief.
Yes, so it has been properly moved into second for this ordinance to be voted out of committee. And all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
All right. So now Let's go back to the main ordinance.
Okay, so we're gonna go back to the main ordinance, which is. Is it? I thought we voted it out.
No, I'm saying we can go back.
Okay, so we just want to state for the record that we're going to go back to the ordinance that Councilmember Darby submitted with the amendment of the residency.
Okay, yep. All right. Just on the main amendment with the working group, this is something I've discussed with Councilwoman Darby. We have discussed that after the last public comment. It's something I saw, again, making the hard choice and I wasn't a fan of necessarily doing the 5-year. I wanted to do the radius, but again, it's about compromise, all right? And that's why we're in these positions. It's about moving the city forward. And so the working group I saw was a great idea because we need to address the issues that our workers deal with, from compensation to onboarding to bonus structures. All that needs to be looked at. So that, along with the assistance fund, was what sold me on that. The original version did not have that, and I'm a fan of the assistance. So we do need that because first we got to make sure people can move in, and it shouldn't just be home buyers; it should be renters too.
It's renters.
Yeah. Okay. I want to make sure because that's an issue too. Like affording that down payment is a huge impediment. So again, I think this moves us forward. We can, I believe, a final report would be due in July 2024 on this issue. So we'll continue to examine it. We hear everyone. You know, trust me, I'm not a robot here. Like, I hear everyone. We all hear everyone, and we're going to get it right for all of you. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you everyone once again for coming out. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for staying with us. So at this, before,
Madam Chair.
yeah,
Yeah, public comment.
public comments, right?
Technically.
Sure.
No, excuse me. You have to. Excuse
Hold
me.
on.
Let her do. You have to
Wait a
call for
minute.
the vote on the amendment. You're the chair, Michelle.
No, I believe we did the amendment. So now it's just back to final debate on that and then public comment.
No, we never. No.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, the
Yes.
vote was done on the amendment.
Yes.
Right.
Not the main ordinance. So we have to.
Now we're on the main ordinance. Okay, come on. We did.
Okay, so at this time, we would like to offer public comment to those that would like to speak at this time. So the first resident is
Before the vote? Did anyone in the
Public
chamber
comment.
talk about the current legislation as amended?
Is there anyone that would like to make public comment? We're going to ask that you please come to my left and to your right. Ms. Cheyenne Miller.
Thank you. Cheyenne Miller, 7th District. I just want to make some clarifications because it's a little confusing what's going on right now. Just a little bit. Can we clarify that an amendment was just made simply to add a work group, a task force to Shanae's legislation and not to add any other things like a 3-mile radius?
Right, that's what.
Yeah, I just want to make sure because I got people in there. They looking. They like, what?
We
What's
just
going on?
added the residency to the ordinance.
Okay.
That's it, and that's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Just want to make sure. I also want to clarify, we just beat that other ordinance, right, y'all? We just won? I just want to, that's the part that I like. Just want to make sure. Y'all came out. We spoke. Just to speak on this, on this particular ordinance, I think what's important for us to understand is that this is an incentive to be able to pull people into the city. And this is an incentive to keep people in the city, which is what we want. We want people in the city to have these jobs.
Right.
We want people who want these jobs but don't live in the city to move to the city so that they can keep these jobs. And I think it's good that there is an actual compromise here and not a fake one. This compromise is actually for us to give people more time to move to the city, for us to provide people with the assistance they may need financially to move to the city. And it also encourages the administration to start looking into the job training programs and to start working with the colleges and working with all of these agencies that provide the services that our returning citizens need. I heard a lot of ideas from legislators about reentry This legislation provides a whereas clause to say, hey, we should be looking at second chance hiring. And I want to see some legislation from the people who are swearing they wanted to fix this. This is something that we can do now. We don't have to ask for it. We can actually do it. We can mandate it. We can legislate it. And so I would propose also adding in some legislation that requires the city to actually start looking into background checks and saying, do I need to have a background check for this? If you got a drug charge, are you sure you're not able to work for the city, right? And making sure that we're providing jobs for all the residents in the city and not just the ones that live in the high rises. That's it.
Thank you. Brandon Fletcher.
Thank you. I just want to thank Councilmember Darby for introducing this ordinance. This is great. Last week, I had a council member tell me that young people don't want to work for the city of Wilmington, that they'd rather be on TikTok making YouTube videos. And I'm just here to say it's not true. You know, the main reason why young people won't be able to afford to work and live in Wilmington is because they can't afford the rent. And so this is a really good step, Councilmember Darby. I urge City Council to vote Darby's bill out of this committee and then vote for it to pass on the council floor on November 16th, and just keep residency in Wilmington. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Holland?
Chair, Madam Chair, may I be
Yes.
excused?
Yes. You may be excused, Councilmember McCoy.
All right. I just would like to make the point to the council persons who were able, man and woman enough to change their opinion and stand up to do the right thing. Because in my opinion, God has built in these senses within each and every one of us to know what's right and what's wrong, even when we don't have all of the details. If it doesn't smell right, if it doesn't feel right, we know that there's a problem. So I'm honored to stand here with you and know that you are man enough to take a different position. Okay. Now, this is a little offbeat, but I think it needs to be said. With the city of Wilmington and their hiring practices, I believe that individuals are tested for marijuana in their system through your analysis. Now, we know in the state of Delaware, marijuana has been legalized. So in my opinion, it's kind of like hypocritical to test for marijuana when it's been legalized. Now, we know why, because marijuana is still illegal from the federal point of view. So the feds say it's illegal, so the state has to, and the city has to kind of follow that lead. But my humble opinion, it would take reconciliation between the state law and the federal law. So that should be a cause for city council to fight for, rather than doing something to hurt the city. Why don't you do something to try to help the younger generation in the city reconcile that law and make more people in our city employable? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Holland. Ms. Carroll?
This is my comment. My name is Carolyn Peak, but I just want to stand here and say thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, council people, for your hard work. And I know it isn't easy, because you're going to have some agreeable and some disagreeing with you. But that's part of the job, isn't it?
Yes.
And I know each and every one of you care about your residents in the city. I've talked to some of you. I've listened to some of you. I've heard, different comments of even some of the people in your district, and we know that you care about your district. And we want you just to continually, the hard work, continually to respect each other, continually to work on the issues that affect your districts and in this city. But I also want you to keep your eyes open. Don't be fooled. because we know Wilmington is a great place to live in. As I've seen someone said, it's a place to what? Live, work, love, and play. So keep doing a good job, and then, but we're gonna keep our eyes on you. But anything that the residents or we can do to help you to do your job better, just call on us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Felder Potter?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to everyone who came out, and especially to the members of council who heard the voices of the community and took those voices seriously and were willing to make a decision with those citizens' voices and positions in mind. And I'm just thankful to see this process in motion, and I want to once again just thank all the members of council who have heard and listened, and will continue to support. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Kobe Owens?
Good evening again, everyone. Again, I'm glad to see that we have gotten to this point. Again, I just want to say thank you to the council members who did change their minds on this and stood on the side of the residents. I also want to say I hope that now we can move forward as a united council and as a united city. Y'all have heard from the residents in which you're supposed to represent. Let's all come together now and make sure that we keep working on the behalf of the residents of the city of Wilmington. Again, I hope you vote this out of committee, and I hope that you all support this on the floor, because this has been the will of the people. Almost 100 people have spoken over the last 2 meetings. This is the will of the people. Councilwoman Darby, thank you for introducing this.
Councilwoman Harley, I'd like to say something before we return to the sponsor. That was somebody else. I'm sorry.
Yes, we have one.
I'm sorry, I didn't see.
Is that Lourdes? Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Darby, for this ordinance. I want to say thank you to everyone that took their time, and believe me, this has been a subject that it's been over Wilmington, because I have heard about a lot of the people, and even though we don't have too much representation, Spanish representation, but still I have spoken in behalf of this, and a lot of people don't know why this been happening now, and I'm glad that we have come into an agreement. And even though I'm willing to be a participant on anything that I can help, especially with my Spanish community, because we have a lack of, I don't want to forget my city councilor, Large Maria Cabrera, but we don't have that much representative when it comes to the language barrier. So what I want to say is, do not forget the minority, do not forget us, because the Spanish interpretation is needed. And even though many people probably want to come aboard to the Zoom meetings, but they don't speak the language. So what I'm saying, I'm talking on behalf of them. I'm speaking on behalf of the Spanish people that maybe a lot of them might be afraid to stand up. I'm not afraid to stand up. I will be here in the future for whatever urge any of you might need me, but I'm in the 5th district. And even though my city councilor got excused, I'm still believe that we need more to be done in my city councilman. Like, we need more representation. And I need more representation of my city council, 5th district. And we're not really communicating. I have less messages on the city council chamber. No, only one person of the 4 city councils at large in my own city, only one of them got back to me. So what is the use to call and ask them to represent the residency if nobody answered your calls? So why are you having a list on the, you have a list of phone? and half of them disconnected, or half of them don't even go through. So what is the matter? You have a phone if the residents people we're not getting through. So we're getting through to a gold city that we're not getting response. And one of them, unfortunately, is my own city council. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we're going to go on
Go ahead.
to our online residents that would like to make a public comment. Okay, we don't have anyone on the line for public comments. I know Council Member Vincent White would like to say something.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you for your recognition. There's been a lot of conversation about how we got here. I'd like to read the House Bill number 42 into the record. Legislative Council, General Assembly, State of Delaware, Laws of Delaware, Volume 83, Chapter 375, 151st General Assembly, formerly House Bill number 422. An act to amend the Charter of the City of Wilmington relating to residency. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Delaware, 2/3 of all members elected to each house concurring therein. Section 1, amend Section 3-304 of the Charter of the City of Wilmington by making deletions as shown by strike-throughs and insertions as shown by underline as follows. Section 3-304, citizenship and residency. Section A, citizenship. All officers, employees of the city shall be citizens of the United States when the duties of the position requires direct participation in the formulation, operation, or review of broad public policy and require the exercise of important discretionary governmental powers over citizens. Positions subject to such requirements shall be designated by an ordinance of City Council. Section B, residency. Except as otherwise required by this chapter, the city may, by ordinance, determine whether and to what extent employees of the City of Wilmington shall be residents of the city at the time of their election, appointment, or hire and remain during their tenure. Any such residency requirements shall not apply to additional advisory boards appointed by the mayor pursuant to provisions of Section 3-100 of this chapter of this charter, approved July 27th, 2022. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Mr. Chair.
And I want to thank Councilmember White for stating that, and I want to apologize for Councilmember White, and I know things get heated, but I love having him on council because he's very spirited and he loves Wilmington. You have very few council members who have that spirit, but it's for a reason, and if any of it moved us, moved you, it's good. So again, thank you for you always set the record straight, Councilmember White. I appreciate you as always. And I just wanted to talk about the interplay with the state. This is, again, I'm not here to talk about legal bounds. There is some gray area. I certainly agree. We can investigate that fully as to what the ramifications are. We've asked for many things from the state and council that don't go anywhere, like citizen oversight, boards and things like that. So, we have to talk about strategies and next steps. But again, I appreciate everyone for being, again, part of this process, just like part of the budget process. You told us what you wanted for the budget. We made it happen. Tickets, we did the reform today. We can't lose sight of that. We did a lot. We accomplished a lot. Probably more than we have in the city in a long time. So again, thank you for the input because you help us. So thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So if there's any other council members.
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair.
Okay, Ms. Bassnight?
Yes, if I can, and my apologies, I just wanted to read for council what the substitute 23040 as amended, like what the actual amendment states, so that everyone knows what's included for the residency work group. Is it okay if I just read this real quick?
Yes, please.
Okay. So basically, the ordinance establishes a residency working group The group shall consist of 9 members, 3 members appointed by the mayor, and 6 members appointed by the president of city council. The members shall include 1 member from the Department of Human Resources, 1 member from the administration, and at least 3 members of the public who reside within the geographical boundaries of the city of Wilmington. This group's intention includes, but is not limited to, identifying ways for residents to fill vacancies, creating incentives to move into the city, find ways to ease financial burdens to move, rent, or buy within the city. This group shall issue a final report no later than July 1st, 2024, and City Council shall adopt its recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bass Knight. Okay, so is there any other council members that would like to make a comment before I turn it over to the sponsor?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. President?
I'd just like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Councilmember Oliver?
Yes, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor, but I would also like to give the co-sponsor, Vince White, along with Councilman Darby, their props. They've been working on this piece of legislation all hours of the morning or hours of the night, meeting on the weekend, and I want to give both of them kudos for bringing everybody together.
Yes. Thank you. And I would like to be added as a co-sponsor as well. Any other council members before I turn it over to Councilmember Darby for the last words? Any last words?
Yes, just 2 things. So even after today, we could still, and I'm willing to work with all council people to look at the bill, review it before it goes to council. So we know we talked about the residency work group, probably working out some kinks there. And then I just also want to say thank you. Like, I work closely with Councilmember White in this process, and I got to learn a lot about him and how he operated, and learned a lot from him. And also the other council people, Councilmember Oliver, Councilmember Harley, thank you, Councilmember Johnson, and of course, Councilmember President Congo, for all the hard work on this piece of legislation, and even talking to some of the people who were on the opposing side. So talking to Councilmember Bracy, talking to Councilmember Nathan Field, like having those conversations too in regards to residency, but really just sticking to my guns, that the community mattered and that their voice mattered. And like, this just reaffirms for me like what I do and the importance of the community's voice. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Darby. Okay, so at this time, I would like to accept a motion to move this ordinance substitute ordinance number 23-040 number 2 out of committee.
Second.
Excuse me, Chairwoman, I believe it's substitute 2.
Yeah, that's what I said.
It says substitute 2.
Substitute 2.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Second.
Substitute 2 for the record. Okay, it's been properly moved and second. And so this ordinance will be voted out of committee this evening. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. This ordinance will be on the agenda for Thursday, November 16th. Okay, so again, thank you everyone for coming out. We appreciate all the feedback, all the comments. Everybody have a good evening, and we will see you soon. Have a good night, everyone.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Yep.
So move.
It's been properly moved and
Second.
second to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Good night, everyone.